All right, everyone, please be seated. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope you had a good evening. I know I got stuck in that traffic coming in today. I know some of you did. I'm hoping it was just the first day of school. It'll get a little better, but I'll leave a little earlier tomorrow. I come from the coast, so I came through the high school and then the Joseph Martin school. So hopefully it'll get a little better over the next few days. So anyway, we'll go ahead and get started this morning, and I believe, Mr. Weinstein, it's your opportunity to cross-examine.
Your Honor, did the court wish to do the admonition concerning the media? I know you had indicated.
Yeah, again, I trust that all of you were able to abide by the court's instructions about no access to the media. I assume everyone good with that?
Yes.
All right, very good. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may proceed, Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Special Agent Dickerson.
Good morning.
Just to formally introduce myself, I'm Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. I just want to make sure I understand your experience. You have been a crime scene specialist for about 4 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's with the GBI. I understand you have experience before that as well, right?
That's correct.
And did you say yesterday, and I understand you're not a statistician, I think that's the words you used, but you see about 20, or you analyze about 25 to 50 scenes per year?
25 to 30.
25 to 30.
Yes, sir.
So over 4 years, 100, 120, roughly. I won't hold you to that number, but 100, 120 is about right?
Sure.
Quite a few.
Yes, sir, right around there.
Okay. Let's go back to December the 2nd. You go to, I guess, the scene at Jones Road and what we're calling Hunt Club Road, that intersection where the gate is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you get there at about 9:15 at night, roughly.
Yes, sir.
You said that there was lots of trash on the side of the road, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said there were beer cans, right?
Yes, sir.
You said there were Coke bottles. When you say by the side of the road, was that on Jones Road or was that on the Hunt Club Road?
Jones Road is a public road, so there's far more litter on the side of Jones Road than there was on the Hunting Club Road, but there was some on the Hunting Club Road as well.
And again, you saw beer cans and Coke bottles. What other trash did you see there?
Just your generic roadside litter that you would see anywhere. And I say Coke bottles generically, soda bottles. But I remember seeing a box that contained an alcoholic beverage, like a cardboard box. I think there was even a couple of old box TVs, CRT TVs that had been discarded in the woods there at the intersection. So there's a significant amount of trash in the area.
And as an old trademark lawyer, I appreciate you clarifying that when you said Coke bottle, you really meant that generically and not the Coca-Cola company.
Yes.
So now, you did not elect to take any of those beer cans or soda cans, soda bottles, beer bottles into evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Now, isn't it true that beer cans, Coke bottles, that type of material, you could get latent prints off of those at times, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
And out of that 100, 120 scenes that you have collected evidence from before, have you ever picked up cans, bottles, other things like that?
Yes, sir. I picked up items that were later processed for latent fingerprints. Yes, sir.
Okay. But in this case, you elected not to pick those up, correct?
That's correct.
You did also, there was a cigarette pack that was photographed, I believe a Marlboro pack, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took that Marlboro pack into evidence, right?
I did.
Are you the person, once you collect this into evidence, it then goes to a crime lab?
That's correct.
And what crime lab does that go to?
So when I say crime lab, the GBI operates a statewide crime lab, and we have several locations. The location that serves our area is located in Pooler.
When it
Coastal Crime Lab.
I'm sorry. Are you through?
I am.
Okay. When it goes to the crime lab, are you the one that decides on what tests are performed by the crime lab?
To some extent, we can submit evidence to the lab and request that certain processes be conducted on evidence. We cannot require them to be processed. The lab does have to make decisions based on the resources that they have available to them.
I believe you testified that the case agent in this case I don't know what the right verb is, Tracy Sands. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's
Agent
correct.
Sands. Do you see Agent Sands in the courtroom now?
I do.
Where's Agent Sands?
He's sitting at the prosecution table.
Okay. So does Agent Sands also, is he someone that could also request that certain evidence be analyzed at the crime lab?
That's correct. We can request.
So either you might request, Agent Sands might request, might request, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Did you request any analysis on that Marlboro cigarette pack?
So the evidence submission forms were made and the cigarette pack was submitted to the crime lab, but it would be a better question for Agent Sands than it would be for myself.
Okay. Well, you specifically did not request any particular analysis on the Marlboro cigarette pack, correct?
That's correct.
We mentioned the bottles and the cans and that you could get latent prints off of those, or you have at times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you also get DNA evidence off like a Coca-Cola can?
Certainly, it's a possibility.
But in this case, you collected none of those, correct?
That's correct.
And let's move to 311 East 65th Street in Savannah. So we'll talk about that for a bit. You called that a crime scene in your testimony. Why did you call that a crime scene?
It's sort of a shorthand for saying that it's a place that we searched for or examined for signs of criminal activity.
When you call it a crime scene, are you presuming that a crime occurred there?
So the presumption holds yes. We do need to, we're not going to go to a place that's just random and say, well, we don't think a crime happened here, but we're going to search anyway. I mean, we're going to go there based on fact and driven by how the investigation leads us, and then conduct an examination of a place, be it a vehicle or apartment, a house, wherever, based on the fact that there may be something there.
Okay. And that property had a house upon it that we heard a lot of testimony about yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there was also a shed in the back of the house, right?
There was.
Did you look in that shed?
I did.
About how big was that shed?
10 by 10, 12 by 12, not very big, but
What was located inside the shed?
if I remember correctly, it was just packed full of tools and things you might find in a garden shed. There were some old paint cans, things stored. I don't recall exactly without referring to a photograph that I took of the interior, but it was not particularly well kept. It was a little haphazard the way things were stored inside.
Well, lots of folks keep their sheds in the back like that, I think, correct?
Me as well.
Did you do any luminol testing within that shed?
Not within the shed. I did, however, take a few items out of the shed and bring them into the house for testing.
What items did you take from the shed to bring into the house for testing?
There were some power tools.
And what was the result of your luminol testing on those power tools?
There was no result shown from the Blue Star application.
And when you say Blue Star, that's the Blue Star luminol that was discussed yesterday, right?
Correct. That's the chemical that causes the blue glow when it comes into contact with blood.
You also, and correct me if I'm wrong, always correct me if I misstate anything that you said, because
Yes, sir.
I don't want to mischaracterize or get anything wrong about your testimony, okay? So please just stop me. Will you do that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think you will anyway. I just want to make sure I hear it from you. Did you testify yesterday that you do not believe, and I'm sorry, I have to be indelicate because of the nature of this case, you believe Mrs. Kassotis was not dismembered in that house?
I believe that there's not enough physical evidence available to make that determination decisively.
One way or the other?
Correct.
If she was dismembered in that house, what type of evidence would you have expected to find that might confirm that she was dismembered there, or lead you to believe with greater certainty that she may have been dismembered there?
Without sounding too jocular, hopefully a video of the inside of the house showing it, but that would be great evidence. There wasn't any video, obviously, of the interior of the house showing a crime having occurred, but if I were to remember yesterday when I taught, a lot of the questions that are posed to us asked about crime scene starts off with, well, it depends. In this particular case, it depends on, you would expect to see a lot of blood, but it will also depend on the preparations that were made prior to, and again, this is a terrible thing to talk about, but prior to her being dismembered, if there were any protective measures made. I put on a Tyvek suit before I got into a ditch full of mud, water, and other biological hazards. If somebody were to lay down, say, a tarp or something like that, then that might protect items of furniture, the walls or floor from blood. So it just depends.
You found relatively little blood there, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, the blood that was on the floor, I think you said that you had to do a full 1 minute exposure in order to render an image of the luminol glow from the floor, correct?
That's correct.
What's your typical exposure when you take a photograph of luminol?
Typically, again, it depends. If the reaction is very bright and the picture is being taken from very close away from the subject, it's like a close-up photograph as opposed to an overall photograph of the room where I might have to use a smaller aperture that lets less light into the camera per second that the shutter's open, then I may be able to use a 15 or 20 second exposure. If it's an overall photograph of a room and I'm using a smaller aperture in order to get the entire room in focus, then I may need to use a longer shutter speed to compensate for that darkness.
Well, let's compare it to the luminol glow that came from the futon that was found in the residence.
Okay.
How long was the shutter exposure when you photographed that luminol on the futon?
I honestly wouldn't recall.
Would that be in your notes?
So it wouldn't be in our notes. However, the digital cameras that we use contain a small piece of information called an EXIF file, or exchangeable image file. And you can think of that file like a tag on a Christmas gift, if you would. It's got a little bit of information about the photograph in it. It's limited to about 64 kilobytes of data. And what that contains is information about the date and time that was set on the camera when the photograph was made. It can tell you information about the make and the model of the camera that took the photograph, and it'll also tell you things like shutter speed, aperture, the ISO setting, or how sensitive the digital sensor was at the time that the photograph was taken. And for newer cameras and for your cell phones, it'll also contain geographic information like your GPS coordinates. So I could refer to that file, but we'd have to take a break and I'd have to load the file and look at it in a computer.
Okay. That EXIF file, that's essentially metadata. Correct, about the photograph?
Yes, sir.
So you don't recall exactly how long. Was it less than 60 seconds?
I'm assuming so, yes, but again, I couldn't speak with any certainty, but it wasn't as long an exposure, I believe, as the overall of the entire room.
And as far as, I guess, what you've been referring to as the arc on the wall, the arc of blood that was about a foot long or so,
Yes, sir.
That was so minimal that you couldn't even photograph it, correct?
That's correct.
You made an initial application. I believe you said you had to get, did you say you had to get really close to even see that there was a glow?
Correct. It was very, very difficult to see.
And that futon, the location of the blood on the futon, you testified yesterday that, well, I guess you went to the house in May of 23, correct?
That's correct.
And Mrs. Kassotis' murder was back in that November, December 22 time frame, correct? It was 6 months prior. Mrs. Kassotis was murdered about 6 months prior. to
Yeah,
that?
her body was recovered on December 2nd, yes, sir.
Okay. So it had been 6 months, and you said that futon, you don't know what position that futon was in 6 months prior to you being at the house.
No, sir, it's movable within the scene, so I have no idea.
So the futon could have been flipped around, correct?
Correct.
And while when you saw the futon, I guess the blood was would be, I guess, behind on the backside of where your head would rest if it was a couch, correct?
Correct.
But it could have been flipped around.
Yes, sir.
And that blood could have been in the seating area of the futon if it was flipped around in that way.
Yes, sir. It'd be more on, like on the edge. Like if the futon was a mattress, so to speak, that was just foldable, then instead of it being on the top or the bottom, it would be kind of on the side.
So if you were sitting on the edge of the futon, then that blood could be beneath where you're sitting, correct?
Possibly.
When you do the luminol testing, that is just showing the presence of blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could be human blood, could be animal blood, right? You don't know what type of blood.
Yes, sir.
Does the luminol tell you whether it would be venous blood or menstrual blood? Does it tell the type of blood at all?
No, sir. Again, this chemical reacts with the hemoglobin, the iron in the blood, so it doesn't differentiate between where the blood came from within the body. It's just blood.
So because you just know it's some kind of blood, I think you testified that then you do an OBTI test, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just maybe to refresh everyone's memory, that OBTI test is the one that looked like those kind of COVID tests that we all had to suffer through a few years ago, right?
Yes, sir. Very similar.
Very small. The OBTI test, that tells you whether or not it's human blood, correct?
They can give you an indication thereof, yes, sir.
Does it indicate whether it's menstrual blood or not?
No, sir.
Can we pull out, let me see, which specific exhibit? Give me just one moment, please. You still have all your exhibits from yesterday up there behind you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you pull out exhibit 1.8, which is the package that contains the wipe that you found wrapped around the handle of the knife? Could you open that up, please? Would you remove the wipe once you have that open? Okay. Is it possible to open that up anymore without damaging it? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm not going to touch it.
They're gloves if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm
counsel.
good. Right, so there's actually two wipes there, is that correct? They're perforated, there's a perforation keeping them together?
That's correct.
Okay. You may put that away now, thank you very much. So you collected all of these wipes as evidence and you submitted them to the lab, correct?
That's correct.
You testified yesterday that in some cases these cleaning wipes can destroy DNA, correct?
That's my understanding in conversations that I've had with the folks at the lab in the biology section, is that is a possibility that the DNA can be damaged by certain brands of cleaning wipes, depending on the chemicals that are involved in the process.
But then there are also other brands of cleaning wipes where DNA would not be destroyed, correct?
That's possible, but I couldn't speak to it with any certainty.
Did you ask that these wipes be checked for DNA?
Again, with Agent Sands having submitted the evidence himself for testing, then those requests would have been made through him.
So if you could just answer that one question, did you request that these wipes be tested for DNA?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Special Agent.
Briefly, Judge. Agent Dickerson, you were asked by counsel whether you saw certain drinking containers on the roadway, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that series of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
How far were they from the body?
So, as we spoke several times yesterday, the body was about 650 feet away from the intersection, down the Hunting Club Road, and then Jones Road itself, there was an orange gate pretty much at the intersection. The majority of the trash that I observed on scene was pretty much as you would expect to see. It was in the ditch and along the edge of the road on the public road.
That's on Jones Road?
Correct.
Okay. And if that trash, including those drinking cans, had been found in proximity to the torso, would you have taken them?
Of course.
Did you, with respect to the Marlboro pack that you referred to?
I did. It wasn't exactly found near the body. It was about halfway back toward the intersection from the body. So there wasn't necessarily a direct connection between the two, but we took it out of an abundance of caution.
Okay. And I believe you testified yesterday about the conditions of the weather in the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022. Can you refresh us as to what it was in those days?
Yes, ma'am. We spoke with, as part of our initial briefing when we arrived on scene, we spoke with...
Objection to hearsay.
He's just saying who he spoke with. He didn't say what they said.
As long as he doesn't say what they said.
All right.
Did you speak
Understood.
with anybody about the weather conditions?
I did.
Were you yourself in Liberty County on those days beforehand?
I was not.
Did you see if there was any rain in the ditch anywhere near these areas?
Yes.
How much rain? Meaning, on your body, how deep was the water?
Well, there was standing water in the ditches, and the ground was very saturated when we got there, even though it wasn't actively raining at the time.
Okay. And just so we're clear, we're in South Georgia, so sometimes we have standing water all the time, right?
Yes. I can also say that as part of the forensic entomology that was done, there was some weather conditions that had to be researched, and I was able to access weather data from a nearby weather station. And while I don't remember the exact numbers, I can tell you it recorded precipitation in the area in the days leading up to the discovery of Mindy's torso.
Do you know if anybody else actually recorded, or without telling us what was recorded, whether that actual data was secured in connection with this case?
Will you repeat that question for me?
What I'm asking is, do you know if anybody else secured the precipitation data in the days leading up to December 2nd of 2022 without telling us what it was?
So again, in working with Dr. Edward Mondor at Georgia Southern, the forensic entomologist, part of his studies are to include weather data in his interpretation. So yes, I know that he accessed data.
So he knows how much rain there actually was.
I can't say what he knows, but that's a possibility.
Okay. And with respect to rain, and again, if I am going too far afield of your forensic expertise, please let us know. Counsel asked you whether or not the cleaning wipes, the chemicals in them, can destroy or damage DNA. Do you know what water can do to fingerprints or DNA if it comes into contact with it?
And there's a possibility that it can remove both from the surface of a piece of evidence or a piece of potential evidence.
What about wiping with a cleansing wipe? What could that do to fingerprints or DNA, if you know?
Well, again, there's a lot of unknown variables to the question that you're asking, but even something as simple as a dry paper towel rubbed across latent fingerprints, which are primarily made up of oil and water, would cause some mechanical destruction of those prints. They wouldn't be there anymore on a hard surface. Now, on a porous surface, that may be a little different, but on a plastic or a metal surface that's smooth, then yeah, certainly rubbing something across it could destroy those fingerprints.
Okay. And do you know if light has any impact? Only if you know.
On latent prints or DNA?
On either or.
So sunlight is got a large component. A large component of sunlight is ultraviolet light, and ultraviolet light is not good for DNA at all. In fact, you may see ultraviolet lights being used to sanitize certain things, and that's given enough exposure. My training indicates that DNA can be damaged by sunlight.
So at a minimum, you're aware that as of December 2nd of 2022, that's when a portion of her remains were recovered, correct?
I'm sorry, you
A portion of her remains were first recovered on December 2nd of 2022.
Correct, that's when Mindy's torso was found.
Okay. And the rest of her body was recovered over how many days?
The right leg was recovered on the 3rd. Her left leg was recovered on the 5th, and her head was the last item to be recovered, and it was recovered on the 7th.
And do you know where that head physically was? Meaning, was it on the ground or in the ground?
I wasn't there. I'm aware of it through the circumstances of the investigation, but my understanding is buried.
Okay. Could being buried impact the ability to recover any additional DNA potentially?
It'd probably be a better question for someone from the biology section.
From the
of
biology
lab
section.
Than myself.
Okay. Now, cleansing wipes. Counsel asked you about those cleansing wipes, and you, I believe, pulled out the one that was in 1.8. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As we sit here, did you see stains on that actual set of wipes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you don't know what those stains are, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Would you have been able to field test those stains out at the scene?
I could have.
Okay. Why didn't you?
Because those items are small enough and portable enough that we could take them to the lab and have them tested there without any trouble.
Okay. And would that have been something potentially they might have done?
It could be.
Okay. And DNA generally, that gets handled by whom in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation forensic teams?
So DNA processing is conducted by the biology section of our lab.
Do you do that?
I do not. The crime lab is actually a different division. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is made up of 3 divisions, and the lab in the medical examiner's office is one of those. I'm in the investigative division, so while we're the same parent agency, we operate independently of one another.
Now, I just want to talk for a moment about the items in the shed. Do you have any idea who those items belong to?
I do not. I'm assuming the homeowner.
Do you
That's
have
an
any
assumption.
Okay. Do you have any idea if they were there when Mr. Kassotis and Mindi Mebane lived there?
I have no way of determining that.
Do you have any idea? Well, let me back that up. Did you see any blood on any of those items?
Not the ones that I processed, no, ma'am.
And which items you processed, you said were the power tools, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what type of tools you processed?
Again, I'd have to look at the photographs, but there was a circular saw and I want to say maybe a drill and something else. I'd have to look back to make sure that.
Okay. Do you have that in your notes?
It
Or would that be in a photograph?
would probably be in a photograph.
Okay. And can you tell us what a circular saw is? Not everybody uses those.
Certainly, a lot of folks down in the South call it a skill saw, which is kind of like calling a soda can a Coke bottle, but it's basically a saw that you would use to cut wood, lumber. It's handheld, about that big. There's a blade on the side that loads in, spins, and you can push it through wood to cut it.
But you didn't see any blood on it.
No, ma'am.
But
I
you
didn't see
tried.
any blood on any of the tools I checked.
Did you try to find any of the tools that could have potentially been used as cutting tools?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those all of the ones that you looked at for blood?
Only the ones that could have even potentially been used are the ones that I checked for blood. And again, out of an abundance of caution, I didn't see any. But since I already had the chemical mixed and it was there and I had enough left to test, I went ahead and pulled the tools inside and tested them
So you
before we left.
you blue starred those in the blacked out house as well.
Yes, ma'am.
But as you sit here, you have no idea if Mr. Kassotis even had access to those tools back in December or in the time frame around her body being recovered.
I have no way of knowing.
You mentioned yesterday that it was an Airbnb. Is that correct?
Our investigation indicated that.
And do you know if it was active? Only if you know if it was actively being used still as an Airbnb?
That was my understanding, is that it was still for rent.
Okay. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Briefly, Your Honor. The state mentioned that, or asked you about the location of most of the trash that you saw, cans, bottles, and it was along Jones Road.
Yes, sir.
And that was approximately 650 feet away, correct?
Yes, sir.
Looking at Exhibit 1.4 that was introduced yesterday, you recall this?
Yes, sir.
In Exhibit 1.4, evidence placards 1 through 3 and 4 through 7. Those ones down by the gate. That's approximately 650 feet away as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
So even though those were also 650 feet away, you felt that that was evidence that should be collected.
I did.
And that evidence included the Husky storage container. You took that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took the Milwaukee knife that was 650 feet away from her torso.
I did.
You took cleaning wipes that were 650 feet away from her torso.
Yes, sir.
You took torn, cut, gray cloth that was 650 feet away from her torso.
I did.
And you took literally a black plastic trash bag that was 650 feet away from her torso.
Yes,
Correct?
Sir. Yes, sir. I did.
And you, and when I say you in this case, I mean the team that was there. So y'all picked up an empty cigarette pack that, at least on Exhibit 1.4, looks to be several hundred feet away from her torso, correct?
That's fair.
Was there no trash in Exhibit 1.4 between the gate and the location of her torso?
There may have been small pieces of trash that I just overlooked. That's a possibility.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, can the witness be excused?
State has no additional questions.
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right, our next witness, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Lindsay Smith.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to ask if you could just keep the microphone nice and close to your mouth so that the jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Lindsay Smith, Lindsay, Smith, Smith.
Where do you work?
I'm employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I'm the special agent in charge assigned to the Statesboro Field Office.
What is a special agent in charge?
So my responsibilities are to supervise the personnel assigned to that office. We have 6 case agents, 2 crime scene specialists, an assistant special agent in charge, an office manager, and an intel analyst assigned to the office.
And in that capacity, have you ever been a field agent yourself?
Yes, I have.
How long have you been with the GBI total?
19 and a half years.
And in your time with them in the 19 and a half years, is that the only role that you had, meaning special agent in charge, or what are your other prior titles?
So I began my career as a narcotics agent. I was promoted to special agent where I worked field work cases. Then I was promoted to assistant special agent in charge, and then now special agent in charge.
Would it be fair to say that each of those were promotions, essentially?
That's correct.
Okay. And prior to the GBI, were you in law enforcement, or is this your first law enforcement position?
I was in law enforcement previously.
Where were you?
I was assigned to the Altima Hall Drug Task Force as a narcotics agent.
How long were you with them?
Almost 3 years,
Okay. So in total, how long have you been in law enforcement?
22 years.
And in that time, would it be fair to say that you've also assisted in crime scenes and investigations of cases?
That's correct.
How many cases do you think you've managed over the course of your career? Estimated, not exact.
Hundreds.
Okay. And in that capacity, have you worked in partnership with other agencies?
Yes, I have.
In this case specifically, were you working in a partnership with any other agencies?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury what agencies were involved in the investigation of this case?
Sure. We received our request from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, but also during the investigation, we coordinated with other state law enforcement agencies, the Department of Natural Resources, Georgia State Patrol. We also coordinated with some federal agencies such as the FBI.
Okay. And you indicated that your title now is Special Agent in Charge. Was that your title in December of 2022?
No, it was not.
What were you at that time?
I was the Assistant Special Agent in Charge.
Congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
Can you explain to the jury what the difference is between the Assistant Special Agent in Charge and the Special Agent in Charge?
Sure, we have similar roles. As the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, my involvement was more operational, whereas now I'm more administrative.
Were you on duty December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
What was your role that day in connection with this case?
It was actually after hours, but I was contacted by the case agent, Tracy Sands, to let me know that we had received a request for assistance from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office.
And how does that work, receiving a request?
The majority of the time, the call comes into our communications center. They have our on-call roster available. Once the call comes in, then they contact the on-call agent.
And the on-call agent that evening was?
Tracy Sands.
And as a result of Agent Sands being contacted, would that have been him who then gets assigned basically to that case?
Yes, that's correct.
Did that happen here?
Yes, it did.
Did you go anywhere to assist in the investigation at that point when you received the call from Agent Sands?
Not on that evening, I did not.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't respond yourself?
I didn't feel that there was a need for me to be there at that time.
How long had Agent Sands been working with the GBI by the time you had gotten that call?
Probably 25 years.
Were you confident that he was able to handle that?
Yes, I was.
And when you got the call initially, you said it came in from Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Did you know what county that the remains, the initial piece of her remains, were recovered?
Yes, it would have been Liberty County.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the relationships of the counties are kind of in that area where Jones Road and Barrington Ferry is? Is that all Liberty County, or is that near other counties? How does that work?
No, it's Liberty County, McIntosh County, and Long County kind of converge together in that general area.
Okay. So her physical remains initially were in Liberty County. Do you know if any of the other remains were found in places other than Liberty County?
Yes, they were.
Where were they found?
In McIntosh County.
Okay, so Liberty and McIntosh?
Yes.
Okay. And when the initial call came in, though, her remains were in Liberty.
That's correct.
Did that impact who you partnered with in connection with this case?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So since we got the request from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office, we would be working with them.
Okay. And when you ultimately, well, let me back up. Did you get to the scene at some point?
Yes, I did.
What day did you go to the Portal Hunting Club down in Riceboro?
I went out that Monday, December 5th.
Okay. And when you got there on December 5th, why did you go there?
We were doing an extensive search that day, and I wanted to participate.
Okay. When you say extensive search, can you tell the jury what you mean by that? What was going on?
Sure, we coordinated with some canine handlers out of South Carolina, the Department of Natural Resources, obviously some more personnel from my office, and individuals from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. And so our task was to go out there, saturate the area to look for additional remains that we were still missing and any other evidence.
Was it important to find the rest of her remains?
Yes, it was.
Can you tell the jury why?
At that point, we were missing her head, which is obviously a large piece of the puzzle that would help us identify who she was. We'd know what she looked like, what her eye color was, hair color.
And at that point, did you have any idea who she was?
We did not.
Had steps already been taken to try and identify her?
On the 5th?
As of even the first day?
Yes.
Okay. But had they yielded any results?
No, they had not.
Okay. So when you get out there on December 5th, can you tell us who was present at the scene?
Tracy Sands was out there, our crime scene specialist, Brett Dickerson. There was a representative from Department of Natural Resources, I believe 3 canine teams, and some members of the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. I don't recall specific names.
Okay. And you mentioned Special Agent Dickerson. Did you assist him at some point on that day in the course of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did to assist Agent Dickerson?
Sure. He had collected a sample of maggots from the left leg that we had found. Those maggots needed to be boiled, essentially, so I was able to perform that task.
Okay. Was he able to do that out in the field?
No, he was not.
So did you physically take them somewhere to do that?
I did. I had contacts in the area that were able to provide me with this outdoor kitchen, so to speak, where I was able to heat water and then pour the boiling water on top of the maggots.
And that processing, did you receive any guidance, without telling us exactly what was said, did you receive any guidance on how to perform that task?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive that guidance from?
It was through Agent Dickerson, but from Dr. Mondor.
Okay. And do you know what his role was in this case?
He's an entomologist that works for Georgia Southern University that we consult with sometimes.
Okay. And when you boiled the maggots, what did you do with them afterwards?
I went back to the crime scene and turned them over to Agent Dickerson.
Okay. Did they remain in your custody the entire time that you went to process them before you returned them to Agent Dickerson?
Yes, they did.
And so when you gave them to Agent Dickerson, he was the last person that had them after you?
That's correct.
Do you know if they were submitted at some point to Dr. Mondor for review?
Yes, they were.
And would the special agent in charge and the assistant special agent in charge have to manage somehow the funding for taking care of that?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory have the ability to do that kind of testing itself?
No, they don't.
So that would have required you to go somewhere else?
That's correct.
In your career, how many times have you had bugs processed?
That was the first.
Why did you do that?
To preserve them as they were, so that we could get a better timeline on how long the remains had been in the woods.
As of that date, December 5th, did you have any idea exactly how long they were in the woods?
No, we did not.
So what would Dr. Mondor be able to provide you in terms of that you were hoping to accomplish?
A date range of how long they had been out there, particularly when they were placed there.
Now, When you learned that the deceased, in this case, Mindi, had been dismembered, did that cause you any concerns for the investigation?
Yes, it did.
Why?
At that particular time, we still did not have her head, which was going to be useful in identification.
Did you contact anybody once the head was recovered?
Yes, I did.
Who did you contact?
I contacted the GBI's forensic artist, Kelly Lawson, to request some assistance with the photograph at that time.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what would the forensic artist have to do with this case?
So initially, I received a photograph from the autopsy of the face of Miss Mindi. And my initial request to the forensic artist was to ask if she could make the picture look better so that it could be released to the media. That was not an option in this case, so what we did was have her basically draw an image to be used to release for the media.
So if you had had a, for lack of a better word, non-traumatized face, would you have released that photograph?
It's possible, depending on how it looked.
So it's the condition of the body?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, given the condition of the body, you were not able to do that?
That's right.
Okay. So did you provide anything to Kelly Lawson, the forensic artist, in conjunction with your request?
Yes, I sent her the photograph that we obtained from the autopsy.
And if you know, was that head modified in any way during the course of the autopsy in terms of the photograph you received?
It had been cleaned, but other than that, nothing else.
Okay. And did you give her any other details concerning the appearance of the deceased?
Yes, I did.
What did you provide to her?
We were able to provide height, possible weight, and the hair type, essentially.
Okay. Did you discuss with her eye color?
Yes.
What eye color did you tell her?
We told her brown at the time.
And you say at the time. Why did that change at some point?
It did.
Why?
I don't know the scientific reasoning behind it. During autopsy, the eyes appeared to be brown. I do believe they were naturally a different color.
Okay. Would Dr. Lehman be able to explain that as he did to you at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And I say Dr. Lehman, who was he?
He was our medical examiner who performed the autopsy.
Okay. So initially, you simply thought the eyes were brown.
That's correct.
Okay. And so when that information was provided, did that include that information to Ms. Lawson?
Yes, it did.
Ultimately, did you ever receive a drawing back from Ms. Lawson?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to the jury what you did with that drawing?
Sure. We were able to create a flyer, per se, with the photograph on it and some additional identifying information, and then we've included our phone number and ways to contact the GBI should someone recognize the picture.
And do you know what day that was that you received and posted, so to speak, that flyer that you just referred to?
So I received the flyer on December 11th, which I believe was a Sunday, and it went out to the media that Monday, the 12th.
Okay. And that was in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of receiving that and posting it, did you receive any leads or tips from people seeing that photograph?
We did receive some leads.
Okay. Tell us how you managed those tips coming into the GBI.
We have an intel analyst assigned to our office, and she was able to maintain a spreadsheet with information that we were getting as the calls came in. We received tips from over 17 states across the country.
Okay. Were you fielding those tips and investigating them?
I believe I may have taken a call or two, but mostly that was being handled by a case agent and the intel analyst.
Okay. When those tips started coming in, did you ultimately identify her through the tips?
No, we did not.
So subsequent to that first photograph, did there come a time when there was a second drawing?
Yes, there was.
When was the second drawing?
If I can refer to my notes, that was on January 3rd.
On January 3rd, did you receive a second drawing?
Yes, I did.
Who did you receive it from?
From Kelly Lawson.
Okay. And when Ms. Lawson sent you that drawing, tell the jury what you did with it.
We submitted another flyer with some additional information and put it out to our media.
Okay. Did that also get posted to the public media?
Yes, it did.
Did you receive additional tips?
Yes, we did.
Did you do any better with the second drawing than the first?
No, we did not.
No identification?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as 1.16. I'm not going to show this because it's a manual photograph, so I'm going to ask the jury when ultimately I publish it, just to keep it so that it can't be seen. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as 1.16. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the photo that was taken at the autopsy that was provided to Kelly Lawson.
What is it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of Mindy's face.
Okay. Is that her whole head?
That's her face. The neck is not in the photograph.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate duplicate of exactly what you sent to Ms. Lawson?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to tender 1.16.
No objection, Your Honor. It's amended.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would just hold it closely so that it's not exposed to anyone. Hand back to the witness, please.
That was the photograph you sent to Ms. Lawson, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you indicated that you had received some sketches back from her afterwards, is that right?
That's correct.
And ultimately, you said there were some flyers that were produced as a result using those sketches?
That's right.
I'm now going to ask, Your Honor, that these be marked as 1.17 and 1.18. I've provided counsel with a copy already. May I show these to the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's in 1.17 and 1.18?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what's 1.17?
This the first rendering that Kelly Lawson gave us.
Okay, and that was back on December 11th of 22, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and with respect to 1.18, what is that?
It's another rendering. It's the second one that we received.
And when was that one received?
That would have been on January 5th.
I believe you tested.
3rd, I'm sorry, 3rd.
Okay, so it was January 3rd. What was January 5th? What happened on January 5th? Did that get posted or something?
I don't recall. I think I just misspoke, so it was the 3rd.
Okay, so when you received that from her, did you then process that into a second flyer?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender states 1.17 and 1.18.
No objection. Both admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish those to the jury.
Thank you.
Now publishing 1.17 for the jury. Was that the photograph that was made into the first flyer?
Yes, it is.
And I'm now publishing 1.18. Was that the second photograph that was made into a flyer?
Yes, it is.
At some point, were there side-by-side flyers as well?
Yes, I believe so.
And ultimately, you indicated that you would receive tips on both of those photographs,
That's correct.
but no results?
Not to identify as her officially, no.
Did you investigate other individuals other than Mindi Mebane Kassotis potentially being the deceased?
Yes, we did.
Were there one, more than one? Do you have any idea approximately how many?
I would say anywhere between 75 to 100.
So you ran down a lot of leads.
Or my office did.
Not you personally, my
Yes.
apologies.
Nope.
The GBI.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you wound up with no results from the forensic sketches and from all these leads, what did you do next?
So I reached out to another special agent in charge within the GBI who had had success in identifying an unidentified individual. He put me in contact with an FBI agent.
And why did you call the FBI?
They were in the process of doing some genetic genealogy testing, and I reached out to him to see if he could help us with this particular case.
Do they normally help you? Not disrespectfully, but I mean, do they normally work as your partner unless requested?
No, they don't.
Okay, so in this case, you reached out for assistance?
That's correct.
Okay. Did they explain anything to you about procedures for following through with that?
Yes, there were some steps that we had to take before they would take on the case, which included providing details about what we were dealing with, what the investigation had uncovered at that point. There were some other processes that had to be undertaken where some data would be entered into some databases.
Can you explain to the jury what VICAP is?
Sure, it's the FBI's Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. Essentially, it's a database that collects information from law enforcement and compares it to other cases to see if there are similarities or connections.
And what is NamUs?
That's the National Unidentified Missing Persons System.
Okay. And what does that database do?
It also collects information from loved ones and law enforcement about missing and unidentified individuals to see if they can also make connections that with other cases that are entered into the database to hopefully resolve those cases.
Did either VICAP, and just for the record, VICAP, or NamUs, NAMUS, did either of those ultimately yield a result that assisted you?
No, they did not.
And after going through that documentation process with the FBI, who did they put you in touch with?
Gene by Gene.
How do you spell that?
GeneBygene.
So gene, like as in a gene in the DNA?
That's correct.
Okay. And what kind of a organization or company is Gene by Gene?
It's a private forensic laboratory.
Okay. What kind of testing do they do?
They do a genetic genealogy testing.
And how is that withdrawn? Is that something available from the GBI Coastal Crime Laboratory?
No, it is not.
Is that available by any GBI laboratory?
No, it is not.
So you had to go to a private laboratory to be able to try the genetic genealogy?
That's correct.
And as a result of that process, did you have to provide them with information about your case?
Yes, we did.
Specifically, what did you provide them in connection with this case?
I'm not sure we actually provided them with information about the case, but we did have to send them a sample of blood that was obtained from the autopsy.
Okay, and that would have been the blood from the deceased?
That's correct.
And at that time, did you know who she was?
No, we did not.
So when you sent it to Gene by Gene, what were you hoping to accomplish?
We were hoping to learn who our victim was.
Okay. As a result of that process, did you receive any information that assisted you in locating individuals that may have a connection to your deceased?
Yes, we did.
And who was that you went to speak with after that process?
Agent Sands went to speak with Betsy Mebane.
And that's Mebane?
That's correct.
Okay. Why did they go to speak with her?
So during the testing, they were able to basically build a family tree with connections to potential family members of the victim, and she was identified as a possible mother.
Okay. And only if you know, do you know if they ultimately were able to collect a DNA sample from Mrs. Betsy Mebane?
Yes, we were.
Did you assist in any other way in the investigation?
No, other than just general oversight, supervision.
Now, the crime lab, I want to be sensitive here because I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Are there times when you submit items to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes.
Does your team submit items to the crime laboratory for analysis as well?
Yes.
Do you always have every item tested you request?
No, we do not.
Can you explain why?
Sure. The resources at our crime lab are limited. We are short-staffed with some scientists in certain areas, so it's impossible for them to be able to test every piece of evidence that's submitted.
Have you had your fair share of conversations hoping for potentially more items to be tested?
Yes, I have.
Did you do that in this case?
I believe so.
And can you explain what a briefing is with the crime lab? Who would do that?
So it would be a supervisor from the office and a supervisor from the crime lab get together and discuss potential additional steps that we would request be taken.
Okay, and did anyone do that in this case as supervisor?
Honestly, don't recall, but I believe so.
Do you know if you had any conversations with the crime laboratory?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you make requests for evidence to be examined?
Yes.
And did you do that in assistance with any other agents from your team?
Yes.
Who was that?
Would have been Agent Dickerson and Agent Sands.
Okay. And ultimately, did you receive reports back from the crime laboratory on the items they did ultimately test?
Yes, we did.
Without them being able to do the forensic genetic genealogy, is that why you went to gene by gene?
That's correct.
Did that ultimately provide you with identity for the purposes of knowing who that torso and the rest of the remains belonged to?
Yes, it did.
And who was that?
Mindi Mebane Kassotis.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Special Agent Smith.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. Just a few questions. You testified that you were hoping for more items to be tested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What specific items were you hoping that the crime lab would test?
I would hope they would have tested everything that we submitted in a perfect world.
Which specific items did you hope they would test that they would not test?
I believe the Clorox wipes or whatever type of wipes those were. Specifically, that's what stands out in my mind.
So did you request those to be tested? You had discussions with the crime lab and then they would not test them?
I don't believe specifically we had the discussion of that. We were presenting them with the list of everything that had been provided, and once something was tested and we didn't have any success or any leads, we would ask for something else to be tested in hopes that we would get some additional information.
You said the crime lab is short-staffed in certain areas. What areas to your knowledge, is the crime lab short-staffed in?
I believe most of the scientific fields are short-staffed across the state.
And just to help the jury understand, what are the scientific fields specifically that are short-staffed across the state?
So I believe toxicology, the chemists, biologists.
And because of that, items that special agents or assistant special agents want to be tested or other agents want to be tested may not be tested by the crime lab.
That's correct.
Even though you believe they should be tested.
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just one follow-up. If you had thought something was critical to the case to be able to prove or disprove the case, would you have taken that somewhere else than the GBI Coastal Lab?
Yes, we would have.
Did you do that in this case?
We did.
And did you get results from it?
We did.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Real quick. Do you ask for items that aren't critical to be tested from the crime lab?
I believe all items that we collect are critical.
Thank you. No other questions.
All right. Any objection to the witness being excused?
No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. You are excused. You're free to go. You just leave that there. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess this morning. If you would step out with the bailiffs, please. All right, everyone, please be seated, and let's call our next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Kelly Lawson.
All right, please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sorry.
May I sit down?
Yes, sir. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Kelly Lawson, and that's KELLYLAWSON.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And what is your role at the GBI?
I am the forensic artist.
And you say the forensic artist. Does that mean you're the only forensic artist?
I am currently the only forensic artist.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what is a forensic artist?
A forensic artist is, well, an artist who helps with police investigations. And basically what that means is I do composite drawings, which is where if someone is raped or robbed or assaulted and they saw the face of their perpetrator, they would then come to me and I would take the description of the person that they saw and draw them on a piece of paper. Usually they're very large, 18 by 24 sheets of paper. And the police then can use that drawing to narrow the field of possible suspects and get an idea of what the guy looked like. The other half of what I do is working for unidentified remains cases. So if someone is found and the investigators don't know who that person is, then it falls upon me to do an illustration or a sculpture of that person representing what they would have looked like while they were alive in an effort to get their name for the police.
How long have you been with the GBI in that role?
I've been working with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation since 2012.
Okay. Do you have any specialized training to be able to do the job that you do?
Yes, I have a degree in drawing, painting, and printmaking from Brigham Young University. I took a course, a 40-hour course from Betty Pat Gatliff in Oklahoma for 2-dimensional skull and 3-dimensional skull reconstruction. I also took a 40-hour course from Lois Gibson in Texas, who is a well-known forensic artist, and I completed a 13-month-long apprenticeship under Marla Lawson, who was the former forensic artist with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Have you ever testified in court before as an expert witness?
Yes.
How many times and where?
Multiple times in Cobb County, Fulton County, Clark County, and Clayton County, and DeKalb County.
Have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce her as an expert or tender her as an expert in the field of forensic artistry.
No objections to that, Your Honor.
All right, she's so qualified, and you may proceed.
Can you tell the jury, did there come a time when you received a photograph in connection with this case?
Yes, on this, I believe it was definitely a Friday, December 9th, I believe was the date of 2022. I got an email from Lindsay Smith containing a photograph of an unidentified Jane Doe that needed a drawing.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Counsel, I'm showing 16, 17, and 18. Without displaying these,
Yes.
can you just look at those?
Okay.
I'm specifically referring to 1.16. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the head of the Jane Doe.
Okay. And as a result of receiving that photograph, did you make any drawings?
I did.
And what drawing did you make?
I actually, throughout the weekend of December 9th through the 11th, I completed 2 drawings.
Okay.
I'd completed one drawing with the hair down and one drawing with the hair up because the hair is not very visible.
Okay.
So I completed 2 drawings.
Did you provide both of those drawings right away?
I did not.
Which drawing did you provide first?
I provided the drawing with her hair up
Okay.
first.
Would that be what's depicted in 1.17?
Yes,
And then the one with the hair down, would that be 1.118?
that's correct.
Okay. Did you have any difficulty drawing this drawing in particular?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury why?
It is very difficult to work from remains when a person has been beheaded, because when we're typically associating with someone and communicating with them, we see them and gravity's pulling on us one direction, we're sitting up, and there are certain muscles and ligaments and tendons that go from the sides of the head and the jaw and the bottom of the jaw all the way down through the neck, and it kind of centers our face. So when those are severed from the rest of the body, it changes the entire expression, it changes the entire structure of the face. It makes it very difficult.
And did you in fact then do more than one drawing in part because of that?
That, and it was difficult also to draw from this one because I had somewhat limited information. I didn't know exactly how long her hair was. I didn't know what color it was. When I receive a case like this, I have to move rather rapidly because of the whole idea of police have more success if they are able to try to solve the case within the first 48 hours. So as opposed to going back and forth with the individuals working in the morgue to get every tiny little detail, I'll often work from what I have and get the most accurate drawing that I can. And in this particular case, I was unsure about the hair, so I ended up doing another drawing, and I felt like that drawing was prettier even though the hair was less detailed.
And with respect to her eye color, did you base that information off of what?
I based her eye color specifically off the average. A lot of times if you can't see someone's eyes, or if there's one of the first things that changes in the decomposition process is the eyes will go glassy and glazed, and they'll often change colors. So you tend to go with the average, and they say for Caucasians, the average would be brown eyes.
Okay, so even within brown, are there variations of brown?
There are absolutely variations in brown.
And how do you deal with that?
Honestly, I just try to stick with something that makes a beautiful photo. I know that sounds terrible, but the more beautiful the photo, the more compelling the photo, I guess is probably a better word than beautiful. The more likely people are to share the case, and the more people then end up seeing the case, and the likelihood of that person getting identified is better. So I will make sure, usually I tell people that, I often draw John and Jane Does almost as if they're getting their glamour shot done, but it's the last drawing someone will ever have of them their entire lives. I just feel like it's a respect thing, and it helps the public become more engaged.
I have nothing further on.
All right, Mr. Weinstein?
No question, John.
All right, thank you very much.
Your Honor, I'm going to bring those back over if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Peter Hershey to the stand.
Peter Hershey,
Hershey.
like the candy bar?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning, sir. Before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
May I inquire?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, before we begin, I'd like to tender States 1.19. These are the business records from J.C. Lewis Ford that the state served prior notice of.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they are admitted.
Thank you. Sir, can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter and just stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you?
Peter Hershey, Hershey.
Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
For right now, I'm retired, but I worked for J.C. Lewis Ford.
Okay. What did you do at J.C. Lewis Ford?
I was in sales,
And how long were you in sales?
40 years in the car business,
Okay. And how long with J.C. Lewis Ford?
30.
Okay. And which location were you assigned to in that 30-year period?
The Savannah location.
Okay. And while at the Savannah location, did you sell cars?
I did.
Okay. And were you employed there as of July of 2022?
I was.
In anticipation of your testimony here today, I'm going to present you with States 1.19, if I may. Can you just look through that for a moment? Do you recognize those types of documents?
These would be customary documents that would be signed during the course of normal car purchase, yes.
Okay. And does that specific set of documents include the sale of a 2022 Ford Explorer?
It does.
Is that a car you sold?
Possibly. I've sold 600 cars since then, so I
Okay.
don't
May I-
remember specific, but
Approximately how many cars a year did you used to sell?
300.
Okay. So it would be fair to say you may not remember every single person that you sold a car to?
That would be very likely, yes.
Okay. When a car is sold, do you prepare documentation concerning the sale?
My side, in the sales side, it's very limited. We do a credit application, we capture driver's licenses, insurance cards, and that kind of thing to substantiate. Then it gets turned over to a business manager who actually contracts and does the documentation.
Okay. So with respect to this 1.19, I'm referring to page number 1 after the certification. I'm going to publish this if that's okay, Nora?
You may.
Does it indicate in the sales contract who the purchaser of the vehicle was?
Nicholas James Kassotis,
Okay.
or Kassotis, rather.
Okay. And you indicated that you would secure a driver's license, correct, from an
Correct.
individual purchasing.
Correct.
I'm now going to show you the last page of Exhibit 1.19. Madam Clerk.
this one's having a delay.
Okay. Is this a driver's license that was secured in connection with that sale?
I would say so, yes.
And is that also for Mr. Nicholas James Kassotis?
It is.
And the address that's listed there, how would that address be? Would that be from the driver's license itself?
Correct.
I'm going back to that first page of the sales contract. Would that also list the price of the vehicle?
It will, yes.
And will it also list how it was paid for?
It will.
So down here on the lower right corner of that document, I'm referring to, forgive me while I try to manipulate that.
No worries.
Does it indicate how much the total was?
After taxes, tag, and looks like a what I call a back-end product, which is your 3-for-1, looks like $44,853 and 74 cents.
Okay, so just shy of $45,000?
Correct.
And what is a 3-for-1?
3-for-1 would be like paintless dent removal, chips in the windshield, and tire and wheel. Basically covers your tire against road hazard.
So some type of insurance that you could purchase at the time of the car?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Kassotis purchased that coverage as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what a vehicle identification number is?
Oh, yeah. You need it broken down by digit or just the whole thing?
Just generally?
Okay, so one indicates, the first digit always indicates the country of manufacture. The second digit always indicates the manufacturer. Then the third, fourth, and fifth, the third and fourth digit indicate plant, I think. Then you go to the model, which is the next three digits, and then the engine, and you get to the year, which is, I believe, an N for 22.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that each vehicle has its own vehicle identification number?
It would be absolutely impossible for two vehicles to get the same VIN number.
Okay. So every vehicle has a unique VIN number?
Correct.
And you said VIN, is that the abbreviation for vehicle
Vehicle
identification?
identification number, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the vehicle purchasing process, what type of a car was this that was sold?
It was a Ford Explorer,
Okay. And that was what year?
22.
Okay. Do you know if Ford Explorers in 2022 had the ability to have Bluetooth or telematic connection?
They did.
Can you tell the jury what the difference is between telematics and GPS?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Well, let me be more clear then. Does the car have the ability to connect to a phone?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And in doing that, does that require some equipment inside of the car?
Yes, there is a modem inside the car.
Okay. And do you know, if you know, who Ford uses as their cellular provider for that modem?
That would be AT&T.
Okay. Did this car have an AT&T modem for that 2022 Ford?
I would say it would be very likely that it would, yes.
Okay. And would that be able to be tracked based on the vehicle identification number? Meaning AT&T records?
It should be, but that would more come off the phone rather than the car.
Okay. And with respect to this vehicle, there was that vehicle identification number associated that you just referred to.
Correct.
And is that listed here on that contract right there on the top left side under?
It is under serial number.
Okay. And that is a number. Can you tell us what that number is for the record?
Read it off.
Yes, please, sir.
1, F is in Foxtrot, M is in Mike, S is in Sierra, K is in Kilo, 7, D for Delta, H for Hotel, 7, N for Nancy, G for Golf, B for Bravo, 37068.
Thank you. And with respect to this vehicle, Do you see the portion where it says here at the bottom, amount financed?
I do.
And what amount was financed?
None.
So how was this car paid for?
Cash or check.
So that would be the full $44,853.74?
Correct. Now, there is a section on that buyer's order that'll show a lien holder, if there is one.
Okay. And with respect to this vehicle, are there oftentimes recalls with respect to vehicles?
Yes.
There can be, right?
Most undoubtedly are.
Okay. And would that be something that is preserved in the business records as well by J.C. Lewis Ford?
That would be a federal document.
Okay. And I'm going to ask...
We pull a recall. We used to customarily pull a recall notice because it is against Ford policy to sell a vehicle with an open recall.
Right, for safety's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
That is a yes. I'm
Sorry,
My-
just the reporter needs to get that.
My apology.
Not a problem. I'm now showing you the third page of that exhibit. And that recall for that vehicle, can you tell us what it was?
It was a rear axle bolt fracture.
If there were other recalls, would those be part of the sales packet?
Yes.
Now I'm just going to show one other item for you, sir. My apologies, I'm showing counsel the page. I don't know exactly which number it is in the exhibit, but I want you to see it, sir. Thank you. I'm showing you a single page from within this exhibit. On the top right here, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Part of the sales package?
It is.
And I'd like to point just up here to the far right. Does it say salesman?
It does.
Who is that?
That would be me, Peter Hershey.
And specifically, in order to gain commission as a salesman, do you need to get your name on a sales contract?
I do.
Okay, so you would be fairly convinced that that would be you that had sold that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Weinstein?
Good morning, Mr. Hershey.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. Just have a few questions for you.
Certainly.
You were in the car sales business for 40 years, correct?
That is correct.
And when did you retire?
February 7th this year.
February of 2025.
Yes.
Can you tell me in broad strokes, what do you do when you go about selling a car to an individual? What's your approach?
Well, they have what they call the road to the sale. But basically, it's meet and greet, create a rapport, find out what they want, and sell them the car.
And when you're selling them the car, in your experience, do you tell them about the features in the car?
Generally speaking, yes.
Is-
Sometimes the customer knows more about the features than we do. But they've done research on one car. We have to know 10 or 12.
As a salesperson, do you go through training on the features on various vehicles?
Yes, we do.
And as part of that training, you learn the features of the cars, correct?
Correct.
This, and then of course, at times you explain those features, as you said, to your potential customers.
Call that a features benefit presentation, yes.
What about after the sale? Like after you've made the sale, do you explain the features further then as well?
If the customer requires that, yes.
And we were talking about the connection features in this 2022 Ford Explorer.
Yes, sir.
And one of the features you mentioned, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that known as Ford Pass Connect?
It is part of that, part of the connectivity or what the telemantics, whatever you want to call it, is Ford Pass, yes.
Is Ford Pass.
I can take my cell phone, start my car, lock it, unlock it, see the oil pressure or the oil life. You can see where the car is. So yes, you can track your own car.
So if I had one of these 2022 Ford Explorers and I've got my phone and I'm not near the car, I'm somewhere else, I can tell where the car is?
Yes,
That's a great feature, right?
it's wonderful.
Is that something that you would sell people on?
Depends on whether that comes up that they're interested in it or not at the point in time. When I do finish up with my presentation, I will traditionally pair the phones and show them the features on Ford Pass Connect.
Okay, that's a part of your regular routine.
It is.
So you pair their phone up,
Mm-hmm.
you show them the features of Ford Pass Connect,
Correct.
you show them how, look, you can see where your car is if you're not near your car.
Mhm.
You can see, I believe, the oil level in the car, you said?
Fuel level, oil level, miles to empty, whether there's a recall on the car or not. There's all kind of information there.
Now, as I understand it, you don't recall specifically selling this car to Mr. Kassotis because you sell so many cars, correct?
Sir, that would be like 600 to 900 cars ago, yes. And it was during COVID, and half the time during COVID, we didn't meet the customer.
I
The
understand.
car would get delivered to them, and we would have done the paperwork.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask about, do you keep up? We were talking about recalls on these vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So this car was sold in 2022,
Mhm.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2022 vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that we saw that there was one recall at the time of sale.
Mm-hmm.
Now, at the time of sale, you don't know about recalls that are going to pop up in the future, correct?
That is correct.
So if there's recalls that come in 2023, that wouldn't be on the sale paper from 2022.
It would not.
And if there's recalls from 2024, that's not going to be on the sales paperwork either.
Not unless you can get somebody to have a crystal ball and print from that crystal ball, no.
I know. I mean, my clients often want me to have a crystal ball, but I don't have one. And I'm sure your customers are the same way, right?
That's correct.
So you were still working as a salesman with Ford as August 2024, in August 2024.
That is correct.
So are you aware of the recall that Ford issued in August 2024 of 85,000 Ford Explorers for engine fires?
Objection, Your Honor, as to when? In August of 2024, or when was the recall counsel's referring to?
I'm asking if the witness is aware of a recall that was issued in August of 2024 for 85,000 Ford Explorers for engine fires.
Which would only matter, Your Honor, for relevance if that was applicable to a 2022 model.
Let me be more specific. I'm sorry. I'll rephrase the question. Are you aware of a recall that Ford issued in August of 2024 for 85,000 2020 to 2022 model year Ford Explorers for engine fires?
I probably knew about the recall at the time. I probably had some kind of issue, would have called the service department to see if they could fix them, because I would get phone calls from customers that would ask about the recall. Do I remember that specific recall? No. Ford has literally, I hate to say it, but literally several recalls a year.
And Ford is not unusual in that, right?
No, every
Ford here.
every manufacturer has those.
Okay. But again, an August 2024 recall would not have shown up in 2022 paperwork, correct?
That would be obvious, yes, sir. It would be correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else on redirect?
You simply said, correct me if I'm misunderstanding, you just don't recall if there was or wasn't one.
Yes, you are right.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
All right. Can the witness be excused?
No objection from the state.
Mr. Hershey, thank you very much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day.
You too.
Our next witness, please.
At this time, the state calls Dean Glover.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the court reporter your full name and spell it, please?
Dean Stanford Glover, DeanStanfordGlover.
Mr. Glover, where do you work?
City of Riceburg.
What do you do for them?
I'm the public works supervisor.
And as the Public Works Supervisor, you said that was with the City of Riceboro?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us where is the City of Riceboro located in Liberty County?
Wow. It is between Hinesville and Brunswick, actually. So about 20 miles away.
Okay. So if you headed south on I-95, would you hit basically your
Yeah.
area?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do as the supervisor for that department?
I'm pretty much is the director, for the public works, sanitation, and just wastewater, sewer, and
Okay.
public. Just anything dealing with the city.
Okay. And in that capacity, do you have a location that you're assigned to?
Yes.
Where are you assigned?
793 Barrington Ferry.
Okay. And is there a building at that location?
Correct.
Okay. When I'm going to turn your attention back to December of 2022, were you assigned to work at that same building at the time?
Correct.
And where is that building located? You gave us an address, but how would you get there?
Basically on Barrington Ferry is just go to Riceburg to the caution light and take a left.
Okay.
A right, I'm sorry.
Okay. And if you were coming down I-95, would there be an exit that would take you there as well?
52.
Okay. And what roadway would you come off of I-95 to get to that building?
That is 17,
Okay.
Highway 17.
Okay. Does that also connect at some point to Jones Road?
It passes by, correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that Barrington Ferry and Jones Road are kind of the same name, just at different places on the roadway?
Correct.
Okay. So depending on which county you're in, will kind of depend on what you call it?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
12 and a half years.
And in that 12 and a half years, do you know if there are any cameras at that location?
Yes, there are.
When did those cameras get installed?
After 9/11,
Why did you install cameras after 9/11?
it was mandatory after 9/11.
Federal government required it,
Correct.
and they were installed?
Yes.
Are there cameras on the pumping station building? I believe that's what that is. Is that correct?
It's a well.
It's a well, okay.
Yes.
Are there cameras on that building?
Correct.
And is there any type of security surrounding the building?
Fencing.
What kind of fencing?
Chain link,
Okay, is there anything on top of the chain link fence?
barbed wire.
Barbed
Yes.
wire, right?
Correct, yes.
And were the cameras at that building working in late November of 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what area the cameras capture from that building?
The roadway and the entrance of the well,
Okay?
yes.
And does there exist a security system to preserve that video footage?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to call it a DVR, that digital video recording device. Was
Yeah.
there one present inside of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you have been responsible for maintaining that?
Correct.
Would you also have been responsible if there were any problems to get it fixed?
Correct.
Did there come a time when you had a chance to look at that video footage and determine if there was a timestamp on it?
Yes.
Is there a timestamp?
Yes.
Is that timestamp accurate to the best of your knowledge?
It is because it's controlled by the satellite, just like your cell phone.
Okay, so that is correct and current.
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated that those cameras do record, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And that video recording equipment, who has access to it?
Basically, just myself in the city when something happened. It's myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did there come a time when law enforcement asked you about that video footage?
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
Date and time, no, but it just happened when we had an incident now.
Okay.
And the reason why, because I am a volunteer fire department on that. So when we get situations, we do.
Okay. So if I direct your attention back to December of 2022, is that approximately when, even if you don't recall the exact date?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And when law enforcement requested to see that footage, did you show it to them?
Correct. I gave them the DVR from them to extract.
You gave them the whole thing?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that, would that have enabled them to download any footage from that device?
Yes.
And you turned that over to them yourself?
Correct.
Did that device include footage from November 29th of 2022 that you had a chance to look at before your testimony today?
Yes.
And was that a accurate and complete documentation of the entire time period surrounding the very end of November into December of 2022?
Yes.
Specifically, in anticipation of this court date, were you able to look at just smaller clips of that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those a fair and accurate depiction of what was captured by the cameras on those dates?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Did it display the timestamp?
Yes.
I'm going to ask, Your Honor, that the witness be shown 1.25, a USB. May I approach?
You may.
I've had this marked. Do you recognize the initials on that USB?
Yes, that's mine.
Okay. And is this the actual USB that you watched on that day?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to determine if that captured the same area that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
And did it?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm actually going to plug this in so we can see it. If you want to just leave it off for one moment. Were you also shown some still photographs?
Yes.
And were those in fact just snaps of the actual original video?
Yes.
I'm going to show those to you right now. These have been marked as 1.20 through 1.24. I'm showing those to counsel. Glover, I'm showing you 1.20.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes.
What is that, sir?
That is the well.
Okay. Is there a building there as well?
Correct.
Okay. And is that building the one that has cameras on it?
Yes.
Does that building have that fencing and the stuff you just described to us? And I'm now showing you 1.21 through 1.24. In that order. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
What are those photographs of?
And well, I'm looking at a vehicle and the fencing, and this is the that big box is just what we have our electricity come through for the well. Yes.
So you recognize that as being where you were working?
Yes.
Okay. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what's on the camera and your building on photographs 1.20 through 1.24?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to introduce those and tender them.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted without objection.
Thank you. I'd also, Your Honor, like to tender 1.25, which is the video footage of those two clips I was referring to.
USB.
The USB.
No objection.
It's also admitted.
One moment, my apologies. Just for the record, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish the file ending in ID 23302. Now I have this up on the screen. Do you see that video that's playing? Oh, maybe not. For the purposes of moving along today, Your Honor, it's in evidence. I'll publish it at another time. Mr. Glover, you did recognize, however, those two videos that we've talked about.
Yes, I did.
And those are on the USB that have your initials?
Correct.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'm going to show you the still photographs.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say say that the photographs that are here are simply just stills off of what's in that actual moving clip?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'd like to first show you 1.20. What building is depicted right here?
It is the well.
Okay. And that building, does that have cameras on it?
Correct.
That's the ones that we have here?
Yes, ma'am.
And this road that passes directly in front of it, what road is that?
Well, a lot of people call it different things, but we know it's like Hometown Road. It goes into Homestown. Yes.
Okay.
Jones, Hometown.
Jones.
Yeah. It's
Does that also
very.
turn into Barrington Ferry?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's a lot of names for it, but that's the road that passes in front?
Correct.
Okay. And do you see specifically that chain link fence that you're referring to there?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm now going to show you photograph 1.21. Do you see this up at the top left corner?
Yes.
What is that?
Top left is the.
Is that the timestamp?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
I'm
Does that list
looking
a
at the
date and a
light.
time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was what you indicated was
Yes.
On there? Okay.
Yes.
And now specifically, do you see the fence there that you were referring to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's that chain link barbed wire fence?
Mm-hmm.
Is there also a vehicle that is captured there?
Yes, ma'am.
And that still photograph, that was just taken off of the camera?
Correct.
Do you know that car?
No, I don't.
Do you know who drove that car?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm now showing you 1.22. Does that also have a timestamp on it?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that's about 2 seconds later?
Yes.
And is that car now depicted here as well?
Yes.
Is that passing in front of the facility?
It's moving, yes.
And just so the record is clear, what side of the car, driver's side or passenger side, is closest while passing here?
It is the passenger.
Okay, so fair to say you can't really see the driver of this vehicle?
No, I don't.
And now I'm showing you 1.23. Is there a timestamp on this one?
Yes.
And what time is that?
12
12
and
o'clock,
13
seconds,
seconds.
right?
Yes.
It's very precise.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see anything on that roadway?
Yeah, I see a vehicle.
Okay. And is that the same type of vehicle as the one in the last screenshot?
Yes, going in the opposite direction.
Okay, so now the driver's side is closer, is that right?
Yes.
And now showing you 1.24. Does this also have a timestamp?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say just a couple seconds later?
Yes,
Do you have a better view of that vehicle now?
I do.
Okay. And again, do you recognize that vehicle?
The same as we've seen before in the pictures, but not. I don't know it.
You don't know
personally.
it personally?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't.
Now, you indicated that law enforcement had asked you for the DVR and you provided it. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that the material that they were able to retrieve from there?
Yes.
Okay. Other than turning over the video footage, did you do anything in relationship to this case?
No more than not in relation. You know, we just was searching around for some of the remains. You know.
So you helped with the search too?
Yes, a little.
Okay.
Yes.
You didn't find anything though, right?
No, I did not.
And the road that passes in front of your building, is that a paved road, a county road?
It's a dirt.
It's a dirt road.
It's half belong to Liberty, the others to McIntosh.
Okay. And if you were to go down that road on Jones Road, would you ultimately come upon the Portal Hunting Club?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. I just have a few questions. Let me see that. Okay. With respect to this exhibit, which is 1.21, I believe you testified that you can't see who's driving that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 1.23. You can't see who's driving that vehicle there either, can you?
I can now.
And exhibit 1.24, you can't see who's driving that vehicle there either, can you?
Okay.
How familiar are you with this LTS brand DVR?
Just something we purchased. I'm not familiar no more than that.
Are
It rewrites itself after so often, yes.
How often does it rewrite itself?
I don't know. I think it's something like every 30 days, if I'm not correct.
Are you the individual that set up that DVR at the pump station at the well?
Far as, no, it's a technician that sets it up, but I am the one that's responsible for make sure it's serviceable, yes.
But you are not the technician that set up that DVR,
No, I'm not.
correct?
No, I'm not.
And you are not the individual that went through the setup procedure for this LTS Chinese DVR.
No, I'm not.
So you didn't set the time zone for the DVR,
I did not.
okay, or anything else. Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know. I appreciate your help.
Well,
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state calls Brittany Gresham to the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would please raise your right hand and take the oath.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat.
I think it's still good morning.
It is.
Okay. Can you please state your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brittany Gresham, BRITTANY GRESHAM.
Please tell the jury where you work.
I am employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, which is also known as the State Crime Lab.
And in that capacity, what do you do?
I work in the toxicology section.
What is toxicology?
Toxicology is the study of drugs in the body. So we are testing biological specimens, typically blood, urine, but then also some tissue such as liver and muscle and gastric contents for the presence or absence of alcohol, drugs, or poisons.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
It's been about 14 years.
And in your role there, what would be the title that you carry?
A forensic toxicologist.
Okay, so they call you a forensic toxicologist?
Yes.
And can you describe your educational and professional background for the jury?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Georgia, And then upon being hired at the GBI, I underwent a about 8-month training program, which included, but is not limited to, evidence handling, our extractions as we call them, those are the laboratory tests that we perform, instrumentation, and then pharmacology, which is the study of what the body does to drugs and what drugs do to the body.
And you indicated, I believe you said 14 years?
Yes,
Have you always been a forensic toxicologist?
yes.
And how many cases do you think you've handled as a forensic toxicologist? Estimate.
Thousands. We average about 30 to 40 a month.
Now, you work in which crime laboratory?
Headquarters, which is located in Decatur.
So is there a closer one than headquarters to this office or this location?
There is. There is also a lab located in Pooler, near Savannah, the Coastal Laboratory.
Okay. Does the Coastal Laboratory handle toxicology?
They do, but at this point, they weren't doing postmortem toxicology.
Okay, so as of December of 2022, the GBI Coastal Lab was not capable of performing those services?
They were capable. It was just a decision that was made that they weren't going to do it yet. At this point, they are now performing postmortem alcohol examinations.
Okay, so at the time, they just didn't do postmortem yet, but they have since become capable of providing that? Okay. But at the time of this case, would your location have been the one requested by the GBI to handle those services then?
Yes.
And did you in fact get requested to handle something connected to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us, the Atlanta facility, the State Crime Lab, is that an accredited laboratory?
It is.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
Accredited means that an outside body has evaluated our practices and determined that we do meet the standards of the scientific community.
And what procedures are required to maintain accreditation?
We undergo surveillance visits where they come out and observe us performing our analysis in the laboratory and also observing our case management. They come out every 4 years, I'm sorry.
So they evaluate the laboratory itself, correct?
Yes.
Do they also evaluate the personnel at the laboratory?
Yes.
Who does that? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
They observe us.
Okay, and you said us. Who do they observe specifically?
We have scientists and we have laboratory technicians as well as evidence receiving technicians.
Do each of those different fields have to be maintained and accredited as well as the facility?
No, we're not individually accredited.
Okay, so the whole unit is accredited, but all of those different evaluations get conducted across the agency?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does that include yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you personally get reviewed by that body?
Personally, I've been actually observed, I think, twice in my 14 years there. They don't observe everybody.
Okay. So it's a spot check, essentially?
Correct.
So do you know if it's coming?
I'm not sure of the schedule at the moment.
Okay. So my question, I guess, to you is, other than them, who else verifies your work? Meaning peer review. Can you explain what that is to the jury, peer review?
Peer review is the process by which another trained, qualified scientist observes your work before it goes out the door.
Does that happen how often?
100%.
So every single case that you work, somebody else reviews it before it gets passed along?
In the toxicology section, yes.
Okay. Have you ever testified before in court in the field of forensic toxicology?
I have.
How many times?
Approximately 25.
Okay. And in those times, where did you do that? What counties?
Some examples would be Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Richmond, Chatham, Fayette.
Welcome to Liberty.
Add that to the list.
Okay. And in those times that you were brought to those locations, were you qualified as an expert?
Yes.
Have you ever been denied expert status?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be deemed an expert in the field of forensic toxicology.
No objection.
Well, I think she is qualified and can give her opinions in the field of forensic toxicology. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you asked to analyze any biological samples in connection with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Before I show you any paperwork, can you tell the jury, how does a sample come into the lab?
A sample can be received at the laboratory via mail, hand-to-hand delivery, or via a lockbox, which operates like a two-way locker, One side of the locker is available to the evidence receiving technicians in our evidence receiving department, and the other door is available to the submitting agency, so either our medical examiners or any other agency. Once a submitting agency puts their evidence in that locker, it's locked and can't be opened again from the outside, and so it has to be retrieved from interior with the evidence receiving technicians.
Is that the case with every single submission?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's no way that anybody could interfere potentially with those samples?
Correct.
Now, ultimately, when those samples are received by the evidence technician, do they get documented with a title or a case number?
Yes, they get a unique case number, and each piece of evidence gets a unique barcode and number associated with it as well.
Okay. And is that unique to every single item on each case that gets submitted?
Yes.
And would there be an overarching case number associated with a case being handled by the lab?
Yes.
How does that lab numbering system work, meaning internally?
It is maintained within our LIMS, our Laboratory Information Management System.
Okay. And when a case number is assigned to a case, if, for example, more than one piece of evidence came in at different times, would they be then attached to the same case file?
Correct.
And they would then bear the same number?
Right.
Okay. So you would know if potentially more items had been submitted and either needed your attention or some other division of the laboratory.
Right.
How many divisions are there in the laboratory? Sections, I guess is the right way to put it.
I am not sure. We have biology, we have trace, we have our firearms division, we have our medical examiner's office. I believe that's it.
And toxicology?
And toxicology. Oh, and chemistry.
And chemistry. Okay. So would it be fair to say that your area and field is limited only to toxicology?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't touch any DNA?
No.
Now, do you know where the samples in this case that you analyzed came from?
They came from the medical examiner after he performed the autopsy.
Okay. So the medical examiner, how would he submit them to you?
Via the lockbox. That's how he submitted it.
So even though he works for the GBI crime laboratory, he still submits a piece of evidence in the same fashion as every other agency?
Correct. Even though the medical examiner's office is under the umbrella of the crime lab, they still submit evidence the same way any other agency would.
Okay. And in this case, did you receive a sample from him that you reviewed?
Yes.
What kind of a sample was it?
I received a liver specimen.
Okay. Can you tell us what that means?
During the autopsy, the medical examiner took a piece of the liver, and he decided that that was what he wanted analyzed. I believe that he also took gastric contents, I believe spleen blood, kidney, and muscle, but he submitted the liver to the HQ laboratory for analysis.
And did you perform an analysis on that substance?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the protocol or standard operating procedure you follow when you receive a sample? How does that work when you get it?
The actual processing of the liver, or?
No. When you receive an item to analyze, how do you get it to go do your review?
We have a management that assigns various cases to us.
So you didn't select this case, it was assigned to you?
Correct.
And when that came, how did you get the sample to review and analyze? Where do you go to get that?
We store our evidence in a locked cold room, so I retrieved it from there.
And in doing so, can you tell the jury what you had to do to process that sample?
Yes, per our policy on handling liver specimens, we perform a 1 to 10 dilution. So we cut a small piece of the liver and we dilute it with water and we blend it up to homogenize it or make it uniform. And this allows us to be able to process it during our extractions or lab procedures.
Can you explain the difference between a physical liver sample versus a fluid like blood? How would you do it with blood?
With blood, you don't have to do any kind of processing with it. We can just sample it the way it is.
Okay. So are there limitations with liver samples?
Yes, the preferred specimen for toxicology analysis is going to be blood because that's what's actively circulating in the system at the time of death, and that's what's going to be affecting your brain.
If there had been amputation or dismemberment, could that impact the integrity of a blood sample?
It could.
Can you tell the jury what putrid means? as it relates to toxicology?
Putrid indicates that a body has undergone some decomposition.
And as a result, how would a putrid sample affect your ability to forensically examine a sample?
I don't perform alcohol analysis myself, but it would affect the alcohol result.
So in terms of alcohol, how would decomposition impact alcohol?
The process of decomposition actually creates alcohol in your body, so that's going to skew the possible results.
So is it possible to tell whether that was, in theory then, for layman's term, drinking alcohol versus decomposition alcohol?
Correct, you can't tell.
So you would just know there was some alcohol, you just wouldn't know where it came from?
Yes.
So with respect to this, you then tested the liver sample, correct?
Yes.
And in testing the liver sample, can you explain if the body cavity was exposed, meaning there was an opening in the neck, could that have in some way impacted the toxicology results?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. If the head had been removed and there was an opening to the body cavity, could that have caused complications with any results?
The integrity of some samples might be, some samples might not be of integral value. I know that the medical examiner did take some chest fluid, but he deemed that not suitable for analysis due to the fact that the body cavity was open. And that's one reason why he submitted the liver.
So if you had had blood, would you have used blood?
Yes.
Did you have any blood to use?
No.
All you had was the liver?
That's what was submitted.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury the specific methods of analytical review that you used? I know we talked about GCMS and some of the other equipment. What are those processes?
To start with, the specimen was screened on something called, on my report, it's referenced as a LCHR-MSMS, which is high resolution liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. And what that's going to do is it's going to separate the components of a mixture, and then it's going to help us identify them via the mass spectrum. The other instrumental techniques that I used are LCMSMS and GCMS, which work similar. The GCMS is gas chromatography mass spectrometry. So once again, they're going to separate the components of a mixture and then help us to identify them.
That sounded very complicated. Is that where you get the specialized training?
Yes, we do have training in that.
And you're trained on how to use that equipment?
Yes.
Okay. So when you do that initial analysis, are you able at that point to determine what, if any, components may be in the specimen?
Yes, our screen looks for about 150 drugs, and whatever is found there will go forward for confirmation testing to determine if it is present above our limit of report.
Okay. Can you test for every single drug that's out there?
No, we don't test for everything out there.
Why not?
Some things aren't necessarily applicable to our casework, and other things we just don't even know are out there yet. So we're constantly improving our methodologies and adding new drugs to our libraries.
So you use the phrase library. Would it be fair to say that in order to know what's there, you would have to compare it to something?
Correct.
So if you ran the specimen and you didn't have a comparison for a particular type of drug, you wouldn't know if it's there?
Right.
Okay. When you performed this, did you recover or see any particular substances that were present during the analysis?
Yes, I was able to detect and confirm diphenhydramine in the liver.
Okay. Can you spell diphenhydramine?
DIPHEHYDRAMIN.
Sorry. I did not mean to put you on the spot. I was trying to help our court reporter. What is that commonly known as?
Diphenhydramine is commonly known as Benadryl.
Okay. So diphenhydramine is the fancy chemical name for it, but Benadryl is what we're talking about?
That's a common brand name for it, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what the effects of Benadryl in your system may be?
Diphenhydramine is a antihistamine. That's the classification. What it's doing is it's acting on the histamine receptors in your body to prevent allergic reactions from occurring. One of the possible side effects of that, however, is drowsiness. And as such, it has also become a common sleep aid.
Can diphenhydramine be distributed over the counter or with a prescription?
It's over the counter.
And in that over the counter form, is it sometimes sold as a sleep aid and sometimes also sold as a allergy
Yes.
antihistamine?
Yes, ma'am.
What are common names that some of the jurors might know those to be?
For a sleep aid, you might see it in ZQuil or Unisom, or sometimes it's in combination with Tylenol to be like a pain reliever and sleep aid combo.
Now, when it's in a pain reliever combo, would you also see then potentially the acetaminophen, which would have been the pain reliever component?
Yes.
Did you see any of that in this case?
No, ma'am.
So the only item that you saw in the liver sample was the diphenhydramine, the Benadryl.
Yes.
And are you able to determine what's called a concentration?
Yes.
What does a concentration mean?
A concentration is an amount of substance that is present in the specimen.
Okay, so it's like how much is there compared to the rest of the sample?
Yes.
And in this case, did you determine a concentration?
I did.
Does the amount of the substance found impact the effect potentially on a person?
Yes.
So a higher concentration may have a more profound effect or less?
Correct. A higher concentration would have a more profound.
Okay. And what was the concentration in this case, if you know off the top of your head?
May I reference my report?
If not, I'll introduce it first. I'll make that easier. I'll withdraw. I'm going to show you 1.26 that I had marked. Do you recognize 1.26?
Yes, this is a copy of my report.
Okay. Do you recognize that to be your actual report?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to tender 1.26.
Any objection? No objection. All right, it's submitted.
Before I get ahead of myself, do you make reports in connection with the work that you do at the crime laboratory?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you do that?
It's going to be an official document of our results.
Do these get reviewed for accreditation?
Yes, they do review our casework.
And do you also potentially use it to testify in court?
Yes.
How many samples do you think you've done in the last year?
Samples?
Yeah, how many cases do you think you've worked?
Maybe 200?
Be fair to say this might help your recollection as well?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm now going to ask to publish this, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. That case number that you were referring to, would that be marked up here in the top right corner of this official report?
Yes.
And would it also indicate at the end your signature here?
Yes.
And the results and the information that you secured in connection with this, that would be listed, is that correct?
Correct.
And is there in fact a concentration that you found of the diphenhydramine?
There is.
Okay, and what was that?
2.9 milligrams per kilogram.
Can you tell us what that means?
It's difficult to say with a liver specimen. It's very limited in what you can say. Once again, a blood being our preferred source, since that's going to be what's actively circulating and going to be affecting your brain. Oftentimes in the field of toxicology, we have ranges that we refer to. So we have therapeutic, toxic, and lethal. Therapeutic would be what you would expect to see in the blood if someone is taking a drug as prescribed. Toxic is getting into more adverse effects, perhaps loss of consciousness, disorientation, things of that nature. Lethal is going to be what's consistent with an overdose or death. We have those levels for blood. We don't have those for liver specimens. In a research or clinical setting, you can administer a drug to somebody, draw blood, and draw correlations between doses and blood concentrations. With the liver, you can't do that. You can't give drugs to somebody and then just take a piece of the liver to analyze to make a correlation between. So it's difficult to say what this value is going to mean. What I can tell you is that in a study of 11 deaths that were attributed to diphenhydramine, the average liver concentration was 34 milligrams per kilogram. And this is nowhere near that. So you wouldn't expect this to be a lethal level.
Right. So can you also tell us what happens when a body is dead and it's potentially laid out? I believe you explained to me something about how there's redistribution. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, after death and blood is no longer circulating and the body just settles, drug concentrations can redistribute throughout the blood and tissues. So that could be affecting this level as well.
Now, given that this case involves a deceased and a dismemberment where the blood was not available, is that the best that you were able to do given what you had?
Yes, the medical examiner submitted what he had to get whatever kind of results to come up with his conclusion of cause of death.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Gresham.
Good morning.
I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kassotis in this case. Let me ask you some questions, because maybe I misheard. The state keeps saying the only thing available was the liver. Didn't you testify that the medical examiner drew spleen blood?
Yes, there were some other things that he acquired from the body. If it wasn't spleen blood, it might have been the actual spleen. I could have been misquoting there.
But you had said spleen blood, correct, earlier?
I said it earlier, yes.
What else did he draw from the body other than, that could have possibly been analyzed by you, other than the liver that was provided to you?
Well, there was the chest fluid, which he deemed unsuitable due to the fact that the chest cavity was open. There was kidney, there was gastric contents, there was muscle, and there might have there was brain, and there might have been other things, but I did note those in the case file when I was printing out my materials.
Okay, but you did not receive spleen blood from the medical examiner, correct?
No, those were never sent up to headquarters.
And I understand from your testimony this figure you have of 2.9 milligrams per kilogram. Because you don't have studies, as you said, that can administer and then check blood, that the figure you get, 2.9 milligrams per kilogram for the liver, that really can't tell you much about the level of toxicity, correct?
Correct. I don't know what was actually circulating in the blood at time of death.
So this number is essentially meaningless for us trying to determine the effect of the diphenhydramine on Mrs. Kassotis, correct?
Objection to the word meaningless, Your Honor, is argumentative.
Let's try again. I'll withdraw it. Can you tell anything from that 2.9 milligrams per kilogram about the level of toxicity?
I can just say that diphenhydramine was consumed at some point.
But you don't know the level of toxicity of that, correct?
This doesn't represent a lethal level based on literature.
Or does it represent a toxic level?
It's nowhere near the 34 milligrams per kilogram, so I wouldn't think it would be toxic either.
If you would have had spleen blood and you would have analyzed spleen blood, could you have made a more definitive analysis of the effect of the diphenhydramine on Mrs. Kassotis?
Objection calls for speculation.
She's an expert.
She is an expert in all
Once again, I'm not sure if it was spleen blood or actually spleen that was taken from the decedent, but that wouldn't have very much value either because it's not what's actively circulating in the body, in the blood at the time of death.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
No rejoin.
Thank you. You're excused. Thanks for being here.
Your Honor, may we approach for a moment?
Yes, ma'am. Gentlemen, that concludes all of the witnesses we have scheduled for this morning. The next witness is the medical examiner, and we were given information that that individual was testifying in another county earlier this morning. I believe he's traveling here to Liberty County. We don't expect him here until after 1:30, possibly 2 o'clock. So I'm going to give you, it's 11:52. I'm going to ask you to come back at 1:30. So please don't be later than that. Be here at 1:30. We'll see you then. Thank you. All right, everyone, please be seated, and please call the next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Dr. Keith Lehman.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, and please be seated.
May I inquire?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter?
Keith Lamar Lehman, Keith Lamar Lehman.
And Dr. Lehman, where do you work?
I work at the State Medical Examiner's office here in Georgia. It's part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And specifically, where is your physical office?
I work, most of the time I work out of the headquarters office, which is in the Atlanta area.
Okay. Do you occasionally have to travel for that position?
Yes.
Did you ever have to travel down here to the Savannah location or Pooler Coastal Crime Laboratory?
Yes.
And is that part of your job as well?
Yes.
What are your duties at the crime laboratory or the state crime lab?
Yeah, well, my duties are mostly centered around the performance of autopsies. Autopsy is basically an examination of the body after death in order to make certain determinations, including determining why the person died. And so I perform autopsies and then do other activities related to that, such as testifying in court. We talk to local investigators about cases to gather information. We review medical records. We have residents and fellows that rotate through our office, and we're involved in teaching them, basically teaching them how to perform autopsies and do the same kind of stuff that I do.
How long have you been doing this?
For 26 years.
Has it always been in that role?
Yes.
And are you a licensed physician?
Yes.
What kind of a doctor are you?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Okay. And does that mean basically the job description you just gave us?
Yes.
And as a physician, where are you licensed?
I'm licensed to practice medicine here in Georgia.
How long have you been practicing medicine?
I've had my full medical license since 1999, so 26 years.
And you've always done this?
Yes.
Are you still in that capacity right now?
Yes.
Where did you receive your training in pathology?
Yeah, I successfully completed a residency training at the University of North Carolina Hospital System. And during my 5 years doing studies there, I did a special year of study called a fellowship in the field of forensic pathology. It's basically the field that I work in now. And then after my training in North Carolina, I did another year of training, this time at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office in Atlanta, which was another year of fellowship training in forensic pathology.
And can you explain to the jury the difference between a forensic pathologist and a coroner?
Yeah. In Georgia, the coroners are elected officials. The coroners are usually not physicians. They are involved with the county coroner's office. So they're like the first line of investigation of a death, along with oftentimes the local police agency. So the coroner is involved in doing the initial death investigation, and then if they feel like an autopsy may be warranted, a forensic autopsy may be warranted, they'll call us at the state medical examiner's office and talk to us, and then if we agree with them, we'll have them send the body to us, and then we'll perform an autopsy. One of the medical examiners in our office, one of the forensic pathologists, will perform an autopsy. And then at the conclusion of the autopsy, we will give our opinion as to what caused the death, and then we'll let the coroner's office know, and then the coroner is the one who fills out the death certificate.
So you don't personally prepare the death certificate, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if the coroner has a body that they want you to consider, they would reach out to you? Is that what you said?
Yes.
And is that always the procedure?
Yeah, almost always. Sometimes we'll get notified about a death by law enforcement, but the vast majority of the time it's the coroner's office who gives us the information and asks us about the case.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury you described where you went to school and that information. Did you do any training when you came to the Georgia Bureau to the Crime Laboratory, the State Medical Examiner's Office?
Well, I in my last year of fellowship training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, which is in the Atlanta area, I rotated over to the GBI for 2 or 3 months and did some of my training during that year at the GBI.
And was that all that experience that you just described? Was that prior to you starting performing autopsies?
Yeah, well, we as a fellow in training, we do perform autopsies under the supervision of some of the medical examiners there. But that was before I started doing unsupervised autopsies.
Okay. And at some point they basically cleared you to do it on your own. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that now on your own?
For 26 years.
Okay. Specifically, have you ever testified before as a medical expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 300 times.
What counties?
Gosh, a lot of counties in Georgia. I haven't testified in all of them, but many of the counties. I've testified here before.
Okay. Have you ever been denied expert status as a forensic pathologist?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to introduce this witness as a forensic pathologist expert.
Questions from the defense?
No questions and no objections.
He is qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to December 6th of 2022 and December 9th of 2022. Were you called upon to perform an autopsy on a person at the request of Special Agent Tracy Sands of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the coroner in this county?
Yes.
And as a result of that request, did you in fact perform that autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Did this case get assigned a unique case number associated with that medical examination?
Yes.
And I don't know if I asked you this. Can you explain to the jury just what an autopsy actually is?
Yes, so an autopsy is basically an examination of a body after death in order to make certain determinations, including determining what caused the death.
And specifically, you indicated that this case had a case number. Can you tell us what that number was?
Yes, it is 2022-600-7185.
Excuse me. Your Honor, may we approach?
Is that case number unique for each autopsy you perform?
Yeah. Each case that we go with, each autopsy gets its own number.
And is that the same in every crime laboratory in the state of Georgia that you work with? Meaning if you're in Atlanta, you would get a separate case number for each case, just the same as if you were here in the local area?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the purpose of that case number?
Well, it's a way to identify the case, and so all of the evidence and all of the reports associated with any sort of examination within the crime lab, that all gets linked to this case number, so that all the reports can be put together into one place, and so you can find from one case all of the reports. You know where the report is and which for a report which case it goes with.
How many autopsies a year approximately do you perform?
Per year, I would say it varies. It's varied depending on how busy we were in our staffing. I'd say I performed at the GBI probably anywhere from maybe 210 to 450 autopsies a year. It could range. Yeah.
And is an autopsy always associated with a criminal investigation?
No.
Can you tell the jury when an autopsy might be performed that's not associated with a criminal case?
Yeah. So for forensic autopsies that would be ordered by the state to be performed, there's certain types of deaths that we might autopsy. Everybody that dies doesn't get an autopsy. So certain examples of cases that would get a forensic autopsy might be relatively young people who die suddenly and unexpectedly and don't have a medical history that reasonably explains their death. Somebody who dies and is suspected to possibly be a death related to a drug overdose. Certain types of suicides will autopsy. For some of the examples we might see are hangings, self-inflicted gunshot wounds, people that die from intentional drug overdoses. And many of the deaths in custody, in police custody, will autopsy. And then deaths that are suspicious, in other words, deaths where the case appears to be or appears to possibly be a homicide. Those are autopsied as well. So those are some examples of the types of cases that we might bring in for autopsy.
And in this case, you indicated that case number and that came in through law enforcement, is that right?
I'm sorry?
This case came in through law enforcement, though. It was not one of those other types. It was actually a criminal investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ultimately perform an autopsy at the time of that receipt of the body?
I performed autopsy on December the 6th and December the 9th of that year, 2022.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as State's Exhibit 1.62. It is an 8-page document. I'm showing it to counsel. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a look at that, please, Doctor. Do you recognize that document, Doctor?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
It just appears to be a copy of the autopsy report I prepared for this case.
And did you prepare that actual report in its entirety?
Yes,
And is that a duplicate of the original report that was prepared?
it does appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to seek to tender State's Exhibit, I believe it's 1.62.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I? Doctor, if at any time you need to review your report, can you just please let us know and I'll be happy to provide that to you, okay? Now, you indicated that you performed an autopsy on December 6th of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall, if you recall, who was with you at that time?
I don't specifically recall. It would have been certainly we would have had some of the assistants there in the office. There was GBI crime scene specialist Brett Dickerson and Liberty County Sheriff's Office Detective Jack Frost did attend the autopsy.
Would you have documented that in your report?
Yes.
And why do you document items in a report?
Well, so when I get asked about it later, I can answer the question.
Be fair to say with 400 autopsies a year approximately, you don't necessarily remember every single detail of each autopsy that you perform?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
And do you document things as you're doing them during the course of an autopsy?
Yes.
Do you create medical notes?
Yes.
And are those preserved?
The notes are, some of the notes are preserved, yes, into the file.
Okay.
Some of them aren't.
Okay. And would those be done for the same reasons to assist you in reviewing your materials if you needed to?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to that autopsy, can you tell the members of the jury what you do when you first receive a body at the medical examiner's office for an autopsy?
Yeah, so the initial step is we photograph, we take initial photographs of the body. We'll photograph the body bag tag that comes in. The body bags will be sealed, and before we open the body bag, we'll photograph the body bag tag to show how the bag was labeled. If the body if it's the type of case where we're going to do x-rays, we may go ahead and do x-rays at that time as well. And then the next step would be to open the body bag. And then really before we do any significant manipulation of the body, we'll go ahead and take photographs again just to document the condition of the body, as it was when we started the autopsy. And then after that, we'll begin examination of the body, which may include, depending on the case, recovery of evidence. If there's clothing on the body, we'll remove the clothing. Sometimes there's medical devices on the body from a person receiving emergency medical treatment. We'll remove those and document those things as well. And then we'll do the external examination, basically looking at the outside of the body. We're looking for any evidence of natural disease or trauma or any other findings that might help us understand what happened to the person. And if we find potentially important things during our examination, we'll stop and take photographs of those.
And can you explain to the jury what a medical placard is?
A placard is it's basically a structure where we can put some sort of inscription. We use a placard basically as a label in our photographs, and some of our photographs that shows the case number, the unique case number for this case that we were talking about before.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to approach the witness, and I'm going to ask to show him the state's exhibits 1.27 through 1.61. Doctor, did you have a chance to, and counsel has been provided a photocopy of each of these exhibits in addition, Your Honor, for the record. Did you have a chance to review all of those before your testimony here today?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And those photographs, are those some of the photographs that you took during the course of the autopsy?
Yes.
Are all of those a fair and accurate representation of the photographs that were taken during the course of the autopsy, both on, just so we're clear, December 6th of 2022 and December 9th of 2022?
Yeah, I reviewed the sets of photographs shortly before coming in here, and during my review at that time, they did appear to be accurate representations.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I would seek to tender all of those exhibits.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. All right, they're admitted without objection.
Thank you.
That's 1.27 all the way through 1.61.
Correct, Your Honor. Would it be fair to say, Doctor, that there are far more photographs than what I've handed you?
Yes, there are significantly more.
How many photographs do you take? Does it depend on the case?
Oh, it absolutely does. Yes, it can vary quite a bit.
So, in this case, what photographs did you take of your autopsy? Do you recall what portions of the autopsy? Would it be the entire autopsy, just part of it? How does that work for the jury?
Yes, so we took many photographs on the outside of the body, and then in addition we took some photographs, significantly fewer, on the inside of the body. So once we open the body during the autopsy, we start out just looking at the outside. Then we'll open the body, we'll open the chest and the abdomen, look inside, remove the internal organs there. Same for the neck structures and same for inside the head. And so we did take some internal body photographs, in the region of the head, yes, but mostly external photographs in this case.
Okay. And the photographs of the interior of the head, can you explain to the jury why you would take photographs of the interior of a head?
Well, in this case, we took photographs to document injuries that were present, document there was significant bruising to the scalp that it was difficult to appreciate on the outside of the body. Sometimes there are things on the inside of the body that you can't see on the outside of the body. So in this case, there was significant scalp bruising that you couldn't fully appreciate on the outside of the body, in part because of the changes of decomposition that were taking place. We also documented some other findings too, documented what the brain looked like, documented what the skull looked like, and in some cases we documented the absence of significant findings.
When you first started performing the autopsy, did you have all of the portions of her body?
No. When we began the autopsy on the first day, December the 6th, we did not have the full body.
Okay. Did there ultimately come a time when you received the remaining portions of her remains?
Yes.
And I say her, was this a male or a female?
Female.
And was she identified at the time that you first received her?
No, she was not.
As a medical examiner receiving a person in the condition that you received her, would some of your investigation of the body be in an attempt to assist law enforcement in identifying her?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case as well?
Yes.
What types of steps would you take to try and see if you could assist with identification?
Well, the first step in a case where we don't know who it is would be for us. One of the first steps would be to take fingerprints, if you can, because there's a large databases that can be searched for fingerprints. It's different than something like dental records. For dental records, you really have to know who it might be so you can get their dental records. But for fingerprints, there's large databases that are available that you could potentially test. It also would be important to recover DNA. There's some DNA databases also available. So those are some of the first steps that we took in this case.
And with respect to DNA, as a medical examiner, what do you do to attempt to assist in that process?
We recover DNA from the body.
Okay.
So we'll recover certain blood or tissue that we think would have the best chance for the DNA scientists to be able to use to recover DNA.
Okay. And can you explain what a bloodstain card is?
Yeah, bloodstain card is basically it's a special card, and you take blood and you spot it onto the card, and then you let the card dry. So it's basically a card with dried blood on it, and it's our typical sample that we use as a DNA collection specimen. Pretty much in every case where we have blood that we autopsy, we will recover a blood card.
And where would the blood card go after you collect it?
The evidence, once we collect our evidence, it's say during an autopsy, the evidence will eventually go to an evidence holding area at the GBI facility, and then from there the evidence will be distributed to whatever branch of the crime lab would do the testing. So if it's a bullet, it will go to the firearms lab. If it's blood for DNA testing, it will go to the DNA or the forensic biology lab.
And in this case, did you take bloodstain cards?
Yes.
I'm going to show the witness exhibits, Your Honor, 1.63, 1.64, 1.65, 1.66, and 1.67. May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
choice if you prefer.
Do you recognize the labels that are affixed to each of those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Yeah, they have inscribed the unique case number for this case, and they have an inscription indicating what's present inside the envelope.
Okay. And are those, in fact, the actual bloodstain cards that you prepared and submitted to the crime laboratory for analysis?
Yes, they do appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd seek to tender State's Exhibits 1, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
No objection, Your Honor.
They are admitted.
Thank you. Why are there 5 cards?
There are 5 cards because the body was received in 5 pieces. We received a right leg, we received a left leg, we received a head with a portion of the neck, the upper portion of the neck attached, and we received the torso with the lower portion of the neck and the arms attached. So we received the body in 5 pieces. The body had been dismembered. And so we collected a DNA sample from each one of those pieces, in part initially to ensure that they all went with the same person. The DNA from all 5 matched. And then hopefully at some point we'd be able to identify who that person was.
Well, and just for clarification, you've said 5, Doctor. Did you also take a sample from the spleen, or rather the liver inside of the body?
Yes.
It is leading, but
I can rephrase. Did you document on each of those bloodstain cards where each item was recovered from?
Yes, I did.
Can you please, looking at the first exhibit that's in your hand, tell us where that one was from?
Yes, this is from the torso, specifically the spleen.
Okay. And what about the next one?
The torso.
So the torso itself was 1, and the torso spleen was a 2nd?
That's right, yes.
And what was the 3rd bloodstain card?
The right leg.
And the next?
Left leg.
And the next?
The head.
So there were 5 in total, but those were from the 4 pieces plus the spleen?
That's correct. Yeah, there was.
Or rather, I said the spleen. I meant the liver. My apologies.
No, it was a spleen. You were correct. Yeah, it was. The body was in 4 pieces. That's correct. And there were 5 cards because we collected 2 from the torso. Yes.
Did you also at some point collect from the liver? And if you need something to refresh your recollection, please just let us know, Doctor.
Yes.
Objection to the extent he's looking at his notes right now.
I'll overrule the objection.
You can refresh your recollection.
Yes. Yes, we did collect liver, along with other substances that we would potentially use for toxicology testing. Yes.
Okay. And all of them would have been prepared in the same fashion? Meaning a bloodstain card and then preserved in the way that you've just shown us?
No, the specimens for DNA that we talked about here would have been prepared on a card. The liver, we would have actually saved a relatively small portion of liver, the actual tissue, and saved it and kept it refrigerated for toxicology testing, a different kind of testing than DNA testing.
So, without being graphic, Doctor, does that mean you literally cut a piece of the liver off and preserved it so it could be transported to another section of the laboratory for analysis?
Yes.
That's clearly not in this courtroom today, correct? As far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. But that is something that you did in this case?
Yes.
Now, when you first testified, you talked about a placard. Your Honor, these are now in evidence and I'd like to publish. That's off, correct? Can you please turn that on now? I'm going to start on image 100. And counsel, if I may approach her. Yes. I'm going to start on December 6th with the first image in front of you. Just for the record, so I'm clear, Your Honor, I'm referring to slide 100. And doctor, if you can assist me, on the back of that exhibit, you'll see that there is a number written of slide 100. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just for your own records, did you have specific numbers associated with each one of the photographs as they were taken by the medical examiner's office in connection with the case?
Yeah. When the photographs are saved, they're digital photographs, so they're saved into a digital file, and each file has a name that has a number.
Okay, so on the back corner of each of those, I'm going to reference the number so that it's clear for the record, Your Honor. And if you would just tell us what exhibit number that is on the back of the card as well, just so the record's clear. So we're talking now, I guess, about exhibit 1.6. It's in front of you, the one I've already handed you, the stack.
Yeah, this is exhibit 1.27.
Thank you, 1.27. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in 1.27?
Yeah, this is the placard that we've discussed. It's basically a placard where we put information about the case at the top. Coastal MEO stands for Medical Examiner's Office. This examination was performed at the Coastal Medical Examiner's Office, which is in the Savannah area. The date that the exam was performed, December the 6th, 2022, and then underneath the unique case number for the case.
And that is all done in an effort to preserve the information, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I turn to the next slide, that being 101, that would be 128, is that correct?
1.31 states.
Oh, my apologies, 1.31. And can you tell us what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the a label that was on. Some of the remains were received in a plastic box, and this is the label adjacent to the seal. It shows what the label how the label was inscribed by the individuals at the recovery scene.
So that's not your writing, that's the condition it was received in?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified earlier that these items come in sealed, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that display the seal that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to this, you indicated there were 4 portions of the physical body. Would this have been one portion?
Yes.
I'm now going to slide 103. That is State's Exhibit
1.28.
And what is depicted there?
This is the photograph of basically the seal and the label put on the body bag, the closed body bag. It's when a body bag has 2 zippers, and when you open the body bag, you spread the zippers out, and when you close it, you bring the zippers together. So the zippers are together here, and the seal and the label are through those 2 zippers, and it shows how the label was. The handwritten label there was labeled by the individuals at the body recovery scene.
Okay. And I'm now turning your attention to slide number 106. And what exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.29.
And what is depicted there?
This is the torso of the decedent. It has the chest and abdomen, the very upper portions of the thighs, and it's got the arms. And it's discolored because it's covered in mud. And then the handbags have been placed around the hands, which is a routine procedure done in potential foul play cases to preserve evidence that might be present there.
Okay. And what kind of bags did you say those were?
Those are brown paper bags, but we call them evidence bags.
Is there a reason that they're paper?
Yes, plastic. If you have plastic bags, can result in degrading of some of the underlying evidence. So paper is used.
Okay. And this body does not appear to have clothing, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the condition it was received in?
Yes.
So it was fully naked?
Yes.
Okay. From looking at this photograph, were you at least able to tell the gender of the individual that was recovered?
Yes.
And that's why you indicated female?
Yes.
I'm now turning to slide 107, which on your exhibit would be what number?
This is 1.30.
Okay. And what does this demonstrate?
This is the other leg, basically the bag that the other leg was received in, and it's similarly labeled. You can see the handwritten label there was prepared by the individuals, the investigators at the body recovery scene.
And if a body comes into the medical examiner's office as an entire person, how many body bags would that come in?
One.
And would there be just one seal?
Yes.
So when there's more than one piece and more than one bag, do you document each of the individual seals?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Because each piece came in separately, so we will document each piece of evidence, each evidence that we received, just to show how it was received for each part.
I'm now turning your attention to slide 109. Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
Yeah, this is 1.31.
And what is depicted here?
This is the left leg of the decedent.
And was there anything of note when you received the left leg?
Yes. Yeah, there are numerous fly larvae known as maggots on the leg and around in the body bag with the leg. There's discoloration, largely related to likely fly larva activity. And then at on the foot, near the end of the foot where the toes are, there's loss of tissue there that appears to be what we call postmortem animal predation, basically where if a body is left outside in an outdoor location, especially in a wooded location, animals can come and will often come and eat portion of the body. So that appears to be postmortem animal predation, where after the death, an animal has come and eaten a portion of the foot.
So as part of your investigation, is it your responsibility to determine what may have caused each of the individual deformities to the body?
Yes.
So even if they're not potentially criminal, you would still document that?
We may. It depends on the case, but yes, we often do.
Okay. And in this case, did you?
Yes.
Okay. So the top of the limb, can you tell the jury, was there anything of significance with respect to the top of the limb?
Yes. At the top, the leg appears to have been. The leg has been cut from the body. There's areas where the skin surface at the skin edge is smooth, consistent with having been cut with a sharp object, and then the bone, the thigh, a portion of the majority of the thigh bone is present in the leg, but the thigh bone, the femur, has been cut there, and so there's the cut end of the femur that's you can see in this photograph.
And can you tell us, doctor, is there anything significant about the femur, specifically in terms of bones in the human body? What's distinctive about it?
The femur, I guess what would be distinctive about it is the biggest bone, the longest bone.
I mean, it keeps us upright, correct?
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that somebody would not be able to obviously stand without their femur intact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you said the femur was cut through?
Yes, it was.
I'm now going to turn your attention to the next photograph. That would be 110. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.32.
Thank you. And what is depicted here?
This is a label, another label for a body bag. And the inscription indicates leg found in the woods of McIntosh County.
Okay, so would this be the other leg in connection with this case?
Yes.
And does this also reflect the manner in which you documented?
Yes.
I'm now drawing your attention to slide 111. Can you tell us what the exhibit number is?
Yeah, this is exhibit 1.33.
And what is depicted here?
This is the other leg. This would be the right leg.
Was there anything that you were able to make as observations with respect to the portion at the top of the thigh?
Similar to the previous leg. The majority of the femur, the thigh bone, is present, but the upper part of the thigh bone has been cut across. There's similar to the other leg, and similar to all the amputation margins. There's decomposition. There's more advanced decomposition right at the margin of where the amputation has occurred. So there's discoloration there that's a result of postmortem decomposition, and there's fly larvae on the body here on this leg as well.
Can you explain to the jury how decomposition perhaps looks different at different portions of this leg? Why that would be?
Yeah, the decomposition is more advanced at the place where the amputation was. It may be that there's more. It's a more suitable environment for fly larvae to attack, and also it may be less resistant to the changes of decomposition than the skin. The skin may be a little bit more resistant than exposed other tissue. You can see there's discoloration on the other part of the leg, likely related to fly larval activity, but the exposed tissue is more affected.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Doctor, the last slide that we just looked at, can you pass me that may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
For just a moment.
Yes.
And can you tell us what that exhibit number is?
1.33.
And may I approach?
Yes.
You want to know it?
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, if I can simply clarify for the record, counsel has pointed out to the state that it appears I have inadvertently marked two exhibits 1.31. So the first one will be exhibit 1.31A refers to slide 101, and 1.31B refers to slide 109. Thank you, counsel.
Very well.
So as we progress through these, we were at slide 111, and we're now moving on to the next slide. That would be slide 120. What exhibit number is that for you, sir?
This is 1.34.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what, if anything, is depicted in that photograph of note to you?
Yeah, this is the end of one of the femurs, and this basically shows where it's cut. So you can see where the bone has been cut, and it's there's yes. So that's what we're showing here.
And was it physically cut all the way through?
It's been completely cut all the way through, but there are portions where the bone appears to have been or has been cut, but at that point wasn't cut all the way through. But obviously it's not attached to the other part, so it's been cut through finally. But yes, there's a portion there where you can see it's been cut only partially.
Okay, so did you have an opportunity to weigh the different items that were received at the laboratory?
Yes.
Okay, and is that customary practice when you perform an autopsy?
Yes. Yeah. We measure the body, basically determine the body length, which is equivalent to the height, and the weight. We determine the weight.
Okay, and so were you able to determine the height and weight of each of the portions of the remains?
Yeah, we weighed each portion, and then we approximated. We put the pieces together and approximated what an overall body length or height would be.
Okay, and is that documented in your report?
Yes.
Okay, and with respect to that next photograph, that would be photograph 132. What exhibit number is that for you?
1.35.
And that photograph, what's depicted there?
Yeah, this is the decedent's torso and arms. That specimen, and now we've cleaned it up. So we've cleaned the mud off of it, and so now we can see the body surface.
And did you notice any defects to the body that are depicted in this image?
Yes.
Can you describe them for the jury?
Yes. So there's the defects that we've talked about where the legs were removed. So at the very upper part of both thighs are present, but then there's a large defect where the rest of the legs have been cut from the body, where the body's been dismembered. The same thing at the top in the head, where you can see there's a portion of the spine that's protruding up into the neck. It's the lower portion of the lower few vertebrae that correspond to the neck, cervical vertebrae, remain there with very little soft tissue left around it. And then there's a defect around that area. That defect extends into the chest cavities, basically the cavities on the right and left sides of the chest, where the right lung and the left lung are located, and the pericardial sac, where the heart is located. So the defect extends down into there. Normally, these cavities are not exposed. They're covered with skin and subcutaneous tissue, muscle, and bony structures. But in this case, though the bony structures are intact, the soft tissue is not. So the defect up at the top, at the base of the neck there, extends down into the chest cavity and is associated with a loss of tissue. The upper portion of the heart and significant portions of the lung are absent, and appears to be the result of animal predation, where animals have gotten into the body and have taken and presumably eaten portions of the heart and the lungs, and then other of the organs in that area, including the upper part of the esophagus.
With respect to the esophagus and the portion of the neck that is no longer present that you described. Did that make this complicated for you in any way in terms of some of your conclusions?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury why and how?
Well, in part to evaluate the ideal is to evaluate the entire body to assess whatever findings might be there, injuries or otherwise. If parts of the bodies are missing, then obviously we can't evaluate those. And if there's the body has been damaged, presumably, say with cuts to remove the legs and the head, there's damage that's made in those areas. So if there was findings in those areas, injuries or otherwise, it may obscure those and make it difficult or impossible for me to identify those.
Can you tell the jury what asphyxia is?
Yeah, asphyxia is a condition whereby it's a condition whereby oxygen is prevented from getting to the tissues. Our body tissues need certain things, certain nutrients, and one of the things our body tissue needs is oxygen. So when we breathe in oxygen into our lungs, our lungs take the oxygen out of the air, put it in the blood, and then the blood's pumped around to the body and provides that oxygen to the tissue. So if there's some process that interferes with oxygen being delivered to the tissues, that's asphyxia.
And so what is a manner in which an individual can manually be prohibited from receiving oxygen?
Well, one way would be smothering. For example, if a person covers up the airway, the nose and mouth of somebody with something that prevents them able to breathe, that would prevent oxygen from getting into the lungs. That would be one form of asphyxia. Another form would be a neck compression or strangulation. When a neck is compressed in a significant way, and something that we call strangulation, the typical mechanism of injury there is the blood vessels that supply blood to the brain. Those are blocked. So normally the heart pumps blood around to the body, including blood up through the neck into the head. If the neck blood vessels are compressed in a significant way, that can prevent an adequate amount of blood and oxygen from getting to the brain, and that's a form of asphyxia as well.
If you don't have the neck, how does that impact your ability to render a determination if strangulation was present?
Yeah, we're really, if you don't have a neck, there's no way to evaluate injuries in the neck. That's one of the things you look for to evaluate strangulation. You look for injuries in the neck, either on the outside of the neck or on the skin surface and on the inside of the neck. You may get bruising internally, and you may get fractures of some of the structures in the neck, such as the hyoid bone, which is a U-shaped bone in the upper part of the neck, or the larynx, basically the voice box.
So with those being missing, did that make this more difficult for you?
Yes, that would make it more difficult. Now, at this point of the autopsy, those structures were missing. When we recovered the head with a portion of the neck, some of those structures were present. For example, the hyoid bone was present, and a portion of the larynx was present.
But the skin, was that present?
No.
Okay.
At least a portion of it wasn't.
Okay. Were there any other visible defects on the face or front of the body depicted here?
Yes.
And what are those?
There are injuries that appear to be what we refer to as sharp force injuries caused by a sharp object. And there are two superficial such injuries on the right upper chest. The most prominent one is on the inner aspect of the right breast, the vertical linear, several inches in length there on the breast. There's a number of small injuries that look like cuts in the region of the right upper chest as well that you can't see very well in this photograph. And then on the abdomen near the belly button region, there are 3 areas of defects that are in the skin and soft tissue that appear to represent injuries caused by a sharp object.
And then what about the right upper arm? Can you tell us what you observed?
Yes. In the right upper arm, there's a defect in the skin, and there's a large amount of tissue loss there. So there's a significant amount of decomposition here. There's tissue loss, so there may have been animal predation there. There may have been an animal that came in and ate some of the tissue. The bone there, the upper arm bone, the humerus, is exposed, and there on the surface of the bone there are numerous parallel, horizontal, linear cuts in the bone, but they're superficial. They look like there was an attempt to cut the humerus, but then it appears that the attempt to cut the humerus was ceased.
I'm now turning to slide 139. What is that exhibit number for you?
Yeah, this is exhibit 1.36.
Thank you. Can you tell the jury what you see here?
Yeah, so this is the back of the right hand and the right forearm. And on the hand, close to the wrist, there's an area of discoloration that represents bruising. And then on the forearm, you can see two areas of discoloration that also represent bruising. So this is a bruise or a contusion, which is basically an area of bleeding in the tissue caused by impact with a blunt object or surface.
Can you explain to the jury what the phrase defensive wounds means?
Yes. So a defensive wound is a wound that you would receive that you might receive when you're being attacked by someone. If someone is attacking you and striking you with an object, it's what your natural tendency to do is to put your arms up to try to block. And so what may happen if you do block the blows, you'll get injuries on the arm. And so injuries, they're often on the back of the hand and on the back of the forearm. And those are called defensive injuries.
And is it possible that they are potentially also decomposition, meaning that you sometimes see bruising that isn't a defensive wound?
Yeah, so sometimes as a result of the decomposition process, there may be discoloration of the body that mimics bruising. So sometimes it can be difficult to tell if an area of discoloration represents decomposition or if it represents true bruising.
So what do you do to determine which one it is?
So one of the common things we do is we'll cut into it, because a lot of times if it's decomposition, it will be superficial and it will be involving the skin. If it's bruising, you'll see more typically you'll see more the bruising in the tissue, not just on the skin surface, but underneath the skin. So cutting into the area of discoloration can be very helpful to determine if it's a bruise or if it's decomposition.
Is that routinely part of your autopsy to make those determinations?
Yes, we often do that.
Okay. And in this case, did you find areas that were both bruising as well as potentially decomposition?
Yes.
I'm now going to turn you to slide number 144. Slide number 144. What exhibit number is that for you?
Yeah, this is 1.37.
Thank you. What is depicted in this image?
Yeah, so this is what we were just talking about. This is the right upper arm. There's loss of tissue. A large amount of tissue is lost because you can see the bone there. That white structure there with the dark lines is the bone, and those dark lines, those parallel lines, those represent cuts, superficial cuts into the bone, where it appears there was an attempt to cut that bone, but not a successful attempt. And there's discoloration of the tissue in this area too. This discoloration is similar to the discoloration seen at all the amputation margins. It's related to postmortem decomposition.
Now at slide 145. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.38.
Would it be fair to say that that's simply a close-up of those cut marks?
Yes.
And you indicated what was the nature of those marks? Were they, I believe you said lateral? Is that what you said?
They're horizontal.
Horizontal, my apologies. Okay. And can you tell us anything about the humerus, similarly to as you described the femur? Is there anything distinctive about the humerus?
Yeah, with the humerus, it's sort of the corresponding bone in the arm to the thigh bone in the leg. It's a single long bone in the upper part of the arm, similar to the femur is a single long bone present in the upper part of the leg. And they're fairly thick bones, especially the femur, because as you mentioned, it has to bear the weight of the individual.
I'm now going to slide number 152. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.39.
And can you advise the jury what you observed on the left arm?
Yeah, on the left arm, what's most visible here are two areas of discoloration, one near the wrist and on the forearm, and one a little more towards the middle of the forearm. Those represent abrasions. Abrasion is basically a scrape injury, so it's caused by impact with the body, an impact with a blunt object or surface that causes a scraping of the superficial layer of skin off. So it's basically like if you fall down on the pavement and skin your knee, that's an abrasion. So that's what these two are. They're abrasions that are visible here. In addition, on the back of the hand, near the wrist, there's an area of discoloration that's suggestive of a bruise, but not clearly a bruise. And then on the back of the forearm, sort of in the middle of the forearm, not very visible in this photograph, there is a small bruise.
I'm now going to slide 153. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is exhibit 1.40.
Can you describe what is the condition observed on the left hand?
Yes, it's what we call a washerwoman hand. It's basically, you can kind of see it here. You can see it better if you look at the palm side of the hand, but it's basically where the skin of the hands and feet will get wrinkly if they're exposed to water for a period of time.
So if you stay in the bath too long, for example?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you the next slide. That would be 156. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.41.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what you see here?
Yeah, this is the palm of the left hand, and you can see better in this photograph the washerwoman change.
Okay. What impact does washerwoman syndrome have with respect to taking fingerprints?
It can theoretically make it more technically challenging, but if all you have is a washerwoman change, we should be able to take fingerprints with proper techniques.
What do you do? What's the technique?
Oh, that'd be a better question for the impressions latent print section of the lab to answer.
So you don't do that yourself in the autopsy?
I don't.
Okay. So you would just document it and potentially make it available? Meaning, do you try to do prints anyway?
We do in our lab. We'll take we do some fingerprints in our lab. If they're difficult, traditionally we've used latent prints. Now in the Savannah area lab where this autopsy took place, they don't have access to a latent prints department, so they do the fingerprints there, and they have they're used to taking fingerprints in difficult cases, so they are knowledgeable about techniques. Some of the DIS there are autopsy assistants there. I'm personally not, but they are.
Okay. And so, as a general rule, you do take autopsy prints, even if they're not, I hate to say, effective. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
We do in certain cases. We don't fingerprint every case. There's certain types of cases that we will perform fingerprints on.
Okay. Now, I'm directing your attention to the next slide, being 158. What exhibit is that for you?
This is 1.42.
And what is depicted here?
Yeah, this is a discoloration. This is the left upper arm. So you can see the elbow on the right side of the screen, and then the underarm region, right where they've got the L-shaped ruler, that's where the underarm region is. So really looking at the upper arm corresponding to the humerus, like we were just talking about. And there's discoloration there on the front of the arm that appears to be postmortem changed. It's not nothing that I could identify as an injury.
So in this particular body's evaluation, you did see items that you were able to clearly say that's not an injury, but rather decomposition or some change due to death?
Yes.
Okay. And does this represent that?
It appears to, yes.
I'm going to now turn you to the next slide. This is 167. What exhibit is that for you?
This is 1.43.
And what is depicted here?
So there are three defects here that look like they were probably caused by something sharp or fairly sharp. Three defects this is the front of the abdomen, basically near the belly button. You can see right in the middle of the screen there's the belly button, very close to the middle of these defects.
Those are 167. I'm now moving on to slide 174. Is that what exhibit for you?
1.44.
And are those, again, the right humerus with the cuts at a much closer view?
Yes.
I'm now going to slide 184. What exhibit number is that for you?
1.45.
And what is displayed here?
So this is one of the femur bones, one of the ends of the femur bones. So this is where the femur bone was cut, basically the cut end. And you can see there's a place where there's a fairly smooth cut in the bone that goes through much of the thickness of the bone, but not all of the way.
And is that the condition you received the body in?
Yes.
Now, what did you do with respect to the femur sites during the course of your autopsy?
So we removed the ends of the femurs where they had been cut. We removed the ends and submitted them as evidence so that it could be the potential for evaluation of these cut ends in case it may be useful to know what kind of weapon or what kind of tool might have been used to make the cuts.
Without being graphic, doctor, I'm going to show on myself. So both of the legs were severed, correct?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that the two portions from the lower portion of the thigh and then the two portions from the upper portion of the thigh, all four of them were cut by your office and turned over to the tool mark section?
Yes.
Okay. So did that preserve then each of the cuts that were performed prior to your receipt and then given to them for examination?
Yes.
And of course, did you mark where your cut was so it was clear?
Yes.
Okay. And I presume you don't do tool mark examination, correct?
That's correct.
I'm now showing you slide 186. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.46.
And can you tell the jury what defects you see on the upper left portion of her back?
Yeah, there's a superficial cut on the left upper back in the shoulder region.
So that was an actual cut?
Yes.
I'm now at slide 189. Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
At 1.47.
What is displayed here?
So what we've done is we've placed the legs together with the torso just to reapproximate how the body would have been had the legs not been amputated.
And are you able to now see some of the locations where you cut into the bruising or decomposition to make those assessments?
Yes, you can in this photograph, yes.
And where are those incisions?
You can see on the left arm. You can see on the right arm.
Can you also see on the neck area now, perhaps better in this photograph, where the neckline has receded?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can. I'm not sure if it's better vantage point in this photograph or not.
Okay. What is that that's sticking out from the neck area?
That's the spine. So those are the lower cervical spinal, the vertebrae, the bones of the spine that correspond to the lower part of the neck.
So if her body had been intact, would that not then have had all of the skin up to her chin, essentially?
Yes.
Is that present in that last photograph? That skin?
No, that's absent there.
Okay. I'm now directing your attention to December 9th of 2022. Did you conduct a second portion of the autopsy in this case?
Yes.
What did you perform the autopsy on that date?
I'm sorry?
What portion of her remains did you perform the autopsy on that date?
Oh, yeah, the head and then the upper portion of the neck that remain attached to the head.
What is depicted in slide 191? And what exhibit number is that?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, this is exhibit number 1.48, and this is a placard. It basically shows the same thing as that we saw in the previous placard, except the date is different. The date is now lists December the 9th, 2022.
And presumably, if you had all of these pieces on the same day, would you have performed the autopsy simultaneously?
Yes.
Did you have them all on the same day?
No.
Is that why there's a lapse in time?
Yes.
When you received the head, was that received separately?
Yes.
And was that also received in a sealed condition? If you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know. Do
Okay.
you
Yeah.
need to, sir?
I'm looking at my notes. Yeah, I've got that it was received in a body bag with a tag indicating an unidentified body from Liberty County.
Okay. And on December 9th, would this placard have been made by whom?
By the staff at the Coastal Medical Examiner's Office.
Did they assist you?
Yes.
Okay. I assume you don't make your own plaques normally.
No, not normally.
Okay. I'm now directing your attention to slide 192. Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
Yes, this is State's Exhibit 1.49.
Okay. And states 1.49, what's depicted there?
Yeah, so this is the body bag. Again, the zippers are closed. You can see the seal here, the red seal, and then you can see the handwritten labels on the attached to the zipper, attached to the zippers of the closed body bag.
Directing your attention to slide 194, what exhibit number is that?
1.50.
What's depicted here?
This is the decedent's head, and so you can see on the left side of there's her hair, and then on the right side her face. It's a little hard to make out because her face is covered in mud, so it's a dark color similar to the color of the hair.
I'm now turning you to slide 195. What exhibit number is that?
1.51.
What vantage point does this provide?
This is the face. So we're looking at her face, and you can see it's still discolored with dark. It's got mud on it.
Can you tell anything about her eyes?
Well, her left eye, you can see the surface of her left eye, and the cornea appears clouded, which is a change that occurs as a part of postmortem decomposition.
Can you explain to the jury what happens, if anything, with respect to eye color during decomposition?
Well, eye color after death can change, and so it's not necessarily a reliable indicator of the color of the eyes during life. And with decomposition, you can get clouding of the corneas, so so you may not be able to identify at all the color of the eyes.
Did there come a time when you cleaned off her face and head?
Yes.
I'm going to direct your attention to the next slide, slide number 196. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.52.
What, if anything, did you observe about her face?
Yeah, there's discoloration on the face. The discoloration on the face in various areas is consistent with change of postmortem decomposition. She did have some discoloration in her eyes, in the white portion of her eyes, the sclera. It was unclear to me if that discoloration was related to decomposition or was related to trauma.
I'm directing your attention now to slide 203. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is 1.53.
What's depicted on the right part of her face?
Yeah, so there's two defects in the scalp. We've pulled the scalp back. This is the very forward part of the scalp, so very close to the forehead. It looks like the forehead here, but we've pulled the scalp away so that the injuries are visible, and you can see these two defects in the skin there. These are two of a total of 9 similar appearing defects that are present on the scalp, including here on the right frontal area, also on the top of the scalp on the left side and near the midline, and on the back of the scalp. These appear to be lacerations. The decomposition makes it a little challenging to sometimes distinguish between incisions and lacerations. Incisions are defects caused by a sharp object. Lacerations are defects caused by a non-sharp object, a blunt object. These appear to be most likely laceration. There's a little bit of irregularity associated with it, and in some of these there is tissue bridging when we look in the depth. That's a feature that we see in lacerations, but not in incisions. So this appears to be 2 of 9 lacerations that are present on the scalp. And there's discoloration here that represents contusion. It's not clear from the external examination that it's contusion, but when we opened the head and reflected the scalp, looked at the undersurface of the scalp, it was clear that there was a significant amount of contusion or bruising in the area where these lacerations were located.
Would that be consistent with being struck?
Yes.
And you said a laceration was blunt as opposed to a cut, correct?
Yes.
I'm looking at slide 204. Is that the, what exhibit?
Exhibit 1.54.
And would that be the closer version of what you just described?
Yes.
Is that how you were able to see the irregularity you just described? Meaning
Yes.
not from a cut versus a laceration?
Yes.
I'm now looking at slide 206. Can you tell us what exhibit number?
Yeah, this is 1.55.
And was there any observations to the left side of her face or skull?
Yeah, there's discoloration. There's some discoloration here on the left side of the face, including in the left forehead. I could not identify these to be injuries. These areas of discoloration are consistent with change of postmortem decomposition.
And I'm now at slide number 207. What exhibit number?
1.56.
Would that be the area that you indicated was decomposition and not an actual injury?
It did. Yes, it did appear to be postmortem decomposition.
I'm looking now at slide number 225. Can you tell us what exhibit number?
Uh, 1.57.
What is depicted here?
So this is the scalp, and what we've done is we've removed all the scalp hair so that we can better evaluate the scalp surface and see what injuries may be present. And you can see we're looking at sort of the back of the head, really. The top of the head is towards the right side of the screen. The sort of the top of the neck is on the left side of the screen, and the right ear is at the bottom of the screen. The left ear is at the top of the screen. So you can see over the left side of the scalp and midline scalp, there's multiple lacerations. These are similar in appearance to the 2 that we saw on the right forehead. So a total of 9, and these here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this photograph. Some of these lacerations were full thickness. meaning they went all the way through the scalp to the underlying skull, and some of them were partial thickness.
Was there any damage to the skull itself that you were able to observe at any point during the autopsy?
One of the laceration on the back of the one that's the farthest on the left, shown here in the photograph, that one, there was a 1/4 inch defect in the surface of the skull that was consistent with a skull fracture.
I'm now looking at the slide that is labeled X-ray 2. What exhibit number is that for you?
This is exhibit 1.58.
Would it be fair to say that this is an X-ray?
Yes.
Does this demonstrate anything with respect to the femurs?
Yes.
What does it show?
Yeah, you can see with the proximal part of the femurs, the upper part of the femurs are present and go into the hip socket like the femurs normally do, but you can see where they've been cut only a short distance from the hip joint.
And how is the hip joint kept in place? Meaning, is there tissue that keeps it in place?
Yes.
Is it a bone that keeps it in place? How does your leg stay attached?
Yeah, it's a whole joint apparatus with cartilage and soft tissue and bone all together that holds it in place.
And so would it be fair to say that you could cut through the tissue without cutting through the bone to remove the leg? And what I mean by that is the bone itself doesn't have to be cut, does it?
That's correct. You could potentially remove the leg without cutting through the femur.
I'm now showing you X-ray number 3. What exhibit is that for you?
It is 1.59.
And which leg does this display? Is it clear or is that not clear?
It's not. It appears to be the right leg.
Okay.
Yes, based on the R in the top left-hand corner of the X-ray.
Okay. And X-ray number 4, the next slide, what exhibit is that?
This is 1.60.
And what is depicted here?
And this is one of the legs.
Is that an X-ray also?
Yes.
Does that show the distal or the lower portion of both of the leg X-rays where the femur is?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Does that, what part of the femur does that show?
Yeah, so the part of the femur here is most of the femur, but the very upper part of the femur is absent because it's been severed.
And with respect to X-ray 5, what's depicted in, what exhibit rather is that for you first?
1.61.
Okay, and what is depicted here?
And this is an X-ray of the head and the upper portion of the neck.
You can, Madam Clerk, can we turn that off, please? Thank you. Doctor, so those images, would it be fair to say that those were images all that you took in connection with performing your autopsy?
Yeah. All of these photographs that we've looked at today were some of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
We'll take a short break. Go ahead. Go ahead. The jury is out, and we'll take about a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
think they're ready, so if they're ready, bring them on in.
Doctor, can you explain to the jury what the difference is between a post-mortem and ante-mortem injury?
Antemortem injury is an injury that occurs during life while someone is alive. A postmortem injury is an injury that occurs after they had already died.
Are you able to distinguish between post-mortem and ante-mortem injuries?
Often, but not always.
Okay. Were you able to determine in this case whether or not the dismemberment was ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Not definitively from the autopsy alone, but it's presumed that a situation like this, that the dismemberment is very likely post-mortem as a result of trying to make the body more easy to hide and dispose of.
Okay. And in a dismemberment, specifically in the area, and I'm going to approach somewhat, where it involves the femur, are there any particular vessels or veins in the body that are relevant in the area surrounding the femur?
Yes.
What are those?
Yes, so there's large blood vessels that carry blood basically from the heart. You have blood vessels that go out to all parts of the body to carry blood to all the tissue in the body. And there's large blood vessels in both the arms and the legs, larger in the legs than in the arm. The leg is larger than the arms. But they're large blood vessels that travel down the leg to provide blood. And they also have blood vessels that bring blood back the other way. Arteries carry blood away from the heart to the tissues. Veins are blood vessels that carry blood from the tissues back to the heart. So there are large blood vessels in the upper parts of the thighs, the femoral artery and the femoral vein, and in the arms as well, and in the shoulder region, the brachial artery and brachial vein.
And those arteries that you're describing, both in the legs, are there any in the neck?
Yes.
Any particular arteries that would be relevant in terms of large amounts of blood coursing through that area?
Yes, the largest blood vessels that go to and from the neck are the carotid arteries and the jugular veins.
And if any of those were to be severed, meaning the femoral or the carotid or any of those that you've just described as, quote, the larger vessels, what would the effect of that be to the blood within them?
Yeah, well, if a person's alive, when you cut those vessels, there'll be a very large amount of bleeding from those vessels.
And if a person is dead, how does that impact it?
You would have less bleeding for sure because you don't have an active blood pressure. You know, when you're alive, you have a heart pumping blood all around the body, and there's active blood pressure. When the person has died, then there's no blood being pumped around. So now any movement of the blood in the vessels draining out or whatnot will be via gravity.
So gravity does still apply, though, correct?
Yes.
So, for example, if I were to lift physically a limb that had been severed, would blood potentially come out of the artery even if they were not still alive?
I would expect so, yes.
Okay. What about a torso with two legs removed, would
Yes.
that bleed?
I would expect so, yes.
Even if the bleeding was in the form of potentially gravity, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How much blood is there in the human body?
For an average sized person, about 5 liters.
And if you're bigger, for lack of a nice way to phrase that, would there be more blood?
Yes.
Okay, so 5 liters approximately. Can you tell us what that means in America standard?
Yeah, so a liter is about a quart. So 5 liters would be approximately, a liter is approximately a quart. So 5 liters would be approximately 5 quarts.
Okay. And how many quarts make a gallon?
4 quarts.
Okay, so we're talking about just over a gallon of blood, correct me if I'm wrong, or a gallon and a quart.
Yes, approximately.
And so if a person were to be dismembered and moved, you would still expect to potentially see blood that had been drained from the body due to gravity.
Yes.
Is it possible to interfere with that blood being observed, perhaps in the form of tarps or some other mechanism?
Yes.
And do you have any way of knowing when you look at a body when the blood left the body? What I mean is when you get a body at autopsy in the condition you received it in, do you have any idea when the blood left the body?
No, I mean, what I could say is I can say that the lacerations to the scalp were sustained when the decedent was alive, and I would expect a significant amount of bleeding from those wounds. As far as from post-mortem cutting of the body, could you repeat the question?
What I'm simply trying to ask is there a time stamp basically on when the blood may have left her person?
Yeah, if you're asking, do I know at what point after she passed away were her limbs severed and blood drained from the body? I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any idea when she died? Exactly.
Well, I can't, from the autopsy, I can't state specifically when she died. I would use usually investigative means are the most accurate way of determining when a person died. So in this case, I would use investigative means, including in this case a forensic entomologist was used. I would use that information along with investigation of the case.
Okay. So there are lots of TV shows nowadays that have doctors constantly being asked, when did she die? Can you tell this jury within a 2-hour window when she passed away?
No.
And with respect to her body, did you collect any samples? We talked about those bloodstain cards, but did you take any samples to send off to toxicology?
Yes.
Okay. What did you send them, if you recall?
Yeah, they were, and I'll look at my autopsy report copy here. We sent left chest fluid, gastric contents, liver, spleen, and kidney.
Okay. And of those samples, you said gastric contents, liver, spleen, and kidney. Was the liver, spleen, and kidney tissue?
Yes, it was.
Did you send any actual blood,
No.
meaning live blood?
No.
When I say live, I mean liquid is what I'm referring to.
No, we were not able to.
Why not?
There wasn't, we weren't able to obtain enough blood to be able to send for toxicology testing.
Is that because she didn't have any?
Yeah, it's because the blood that she had left was not accessible by us. There may have been small amounts in very small blood vessels, but in the larger blood vessels where we collect blood from, or we're able to collect blood from, we were unable to. The lower leg being cut would have resulted in all the blood draining out. That's one area we get blood from, the upper thigh and the pelvis region. And then we also obtain blood from around the heart. And due to animal predation, the upper part of the heart was missing in this case. So there was no significant amount of blood. We could get enough blood for blood cards, but we couldn't get enough blood to do any meaningful toxicology testing. That's usually our first choice sample to test is the blood.
So did you try?
We attempted to get blood, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what the explanation or difference is between cause of death and manner of death?
Yeah, the cause of death is the very specific thing that results in the death, and there's many different types of causes of death. You can have traumatic causes of death such as gunshot wounds, stab wounds, strangulation, blunt force injuries. You can have natural disease causes of death like stroke, heart attack, hypertensive heart disease, cancer. So there's very many different types of causes of death. For manner of death is a classification system that we have, and here in Georgia we have 5 options for manner of death. So the options are all deaths have to fall into one of these 5 categories, and these categories are: 1, a natural, basically if somebody dies as a result of a natural disease process such as a heart attack or cancer, that's a natural death. Another choice we have is accident. So if a person dies under accidental circumstances, and common examples we see of accidental circumstances are people that die in car accidents and people that die from accidental drug overdoses, where they have a drug overdose but they weren't attempting to take their own life. Another choice we have is suicide. So if a person basically takes their own life by their own actions, then that's a suicide. The 4th choice we have is homicide. And homicide is basically a death caused by the actions of another individual, usually where there's intent to injure. And then if we can't decide whether the death is natural, accident, suicide, or homicide, we have the option for calling it undetermined.
And in this case, were you able to determine a cause of death?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
Traumatic injuries?
And were you able to determine the manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicide.
So by determining homicide, did you rule out the other 4 options you just described?
Yes.
Now, doctor, during the course of your findings, did you determine whether or not the victim ever was identified?
Yes.
And did you ultimately determine if she had been?
Yes, she was identified.
Did you ultimately issue some secondary report concerning that?
Yes.
What does that mean? How do you do that?
Yes, so in this case, it was determined primarily through DNA testing, the identity of the decedent, and then what we'll do is we'll put a report in our lab information system, basically stating that the body has been identified, and indicate who it is identified as.
Did you issue such a report in this case?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Now, at this time, Your Honor, I'm going to seek to introduce State's Exhibit 1.68. This would be a certified copy of the Georgia death certificate for Mindi Mebane Kassotis.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
And again, doctor, you don't do the DNA that made that determination, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you indicated at some point that you had tested and opened her body. Did you also happen to have an opportunity to examine her uterus?
Yes.
Did you determine if she was pregnant?
There's no evidence of pregnancy.
And if she had had an estimated due date of January of 2023, and she was allegedly found on December 2nd of 2022, be fair to say that's very far along in the gestation period of a human being?
Yes.
Would you expect to find a fetus at that point?
Yes.
And did you find anything that would be indicative of the fact that she was pregnant at the time of her death?
No.
I have just one moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Weinstein.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lehman.
Good afternoon.
I know you've had a long day, so I won't keep you long. My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm Mr. Kassotis' lawyer in this case. I'd like to return for a moment to the lacerations on the scalp. You found 9 lacerations, correct?
Yes.
And those lacerations, you believe, were caused by a blunt object.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how heavy that object would have been? Anything at all about the object other than that it's a blunt object?
Yes, it would have to be something with a significant amount of weight. It would have to be a heavy enough object to where if it impacted the head, it had the potential to putting a defect in the scalp that goes the full thickness of the scalp.
And the scalp is heavily vascularized, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what vascularized means?
Yeah. So it means that there's a lot of blood vessels, a lot of blood flow that goes to the scalp. So if you have a scalp injury, you're likely to potentially have a significant amount of bleeding, what appears to be a large amount of blood.
So with a single laceration to the scalp, one that does the extent of damage that you've described, you would expect to see a great amount of blood, correct?
Potentially you could, yes.
What about with 2 lacerations?
You would expect even more.
And with 9?
Yeah, even more so. Yes, you'd expect. I would expect the scene where the incident occurred to be have more than a small amount of blood.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
No
Or,
further.
I'm sorry. May I just?
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Can the doctor be excused?
No objection from the state.
All right, thank you, doctor. Safe travels. Is that it?
That's it for today.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete the testimony for today. Again, I caution you not to listen, watch, or access any media reports regarding this trial. Again, we appreciate your cooperation in that regard, so have a good evening, and again, we'll see you at 8:45 in the morning. I'm going to go a little early because of the school traffic, so I hope you're able to do the same. Thank you. Have a good evening.